find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome in to Opening Arguments Eve. This is it. This is the last hurrah before Lori's last hurrah. Welcome into chat. We've already got a robust chat going on. Lots of people that I know and love in here. Pammy, Zarkasm, Pokemon, thanks for helping out. I love all my mods. Had a little bit of difficulties with StreamYard. It was kind of weird. So I usually get in the studio about 10 minutes before the live, and I connect all my technology. Maybe if I put this light on, maybe it would show the top of my hair instead of like cutting it off. There we go. No, it's still cutting off the top of my hair. Salty, welcome in. You're muted.
Yes, I know.
There you are. Now you're not muted. Welcome in.
Yeah, I was muted because I'm sitting outside and there's vehicles passing by, and you were telling everybody hello.
Hello.
You're trying to get your hair aligned there, so I was giving you a moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Calm Sunshine's in here too, joining us, Salty. Love that name, Calm Sunshine. Trace on the case. Told her to come in because we got some rumors going around about this whole thing that I don't necessarily follow along with, but you know what? People are going to speculate. That's what our community does, and people with different opinions than mine are for sure welcome to state them and welcome to come in here and offer them. Danny Hole, welcome in. Eliza, Marianne Coates. Carolina, good to see you, my friend. Wow. Meme of 8. Meme of 8. I love that. Naomi. Jermaine, welcome in. Izzy Day. Holy cow. I'm going to go all night if I talk about all these people in chat. Thanks for joining us, though. We have some interesting things to talk about, and that's why I asked Salty to come up here with me, because She's really intelligent about the LoRi Vallow case, and she's pretty much fed up with LoRi. So when we go over the stuff,
Did I give that away somewhere?
no, never.
Oops, my bias was showing. My bad, Lori, with an R, capital R.
Irish Amy, welcome in. Good to see you, Katie. Hello, Katie. So some things happened on Friday, and some things are going to happen tomorrow. And there is a whole bunch.
I'm sorry. The way you said that. Some things happened on Friday, and some things are going to happen tomorrow. It's like, so I heard, right? I heard. So somebody was sick on Friday. You know, I've been streaming the big trial, Karen Reed trial there. And I've been trying to keep up with what's happening with the jury selection. So it was interrupted, right? Due to somebody not feeling well.
You are correct. Well,
okay.
Okay.
So yeah, catch me up here.
Okay. Yeah, that's the assumption. I'll catch you up. Well, I've got to do, you know me, I got to do it in order. I got to like start at the beginning.
Isn't that it? That is the order, isn't it? We had jury selection scheduled for Friday and somebody got sick. I'm teasing you.
Well, yeah. Well, the actual thing that was said by the judge wasn't said that anybody was sick, that nobody was not feeling well. He used the word quarantine. He used the word quarantine when he was addressing LoRi outside of the presence of the jury. He said quarantine in jail. So that's what has everybody speculating. And it happened like instantly. Like the
second. Oh, do you think she's got the pandemic word? What does that mean? Quarantine.
That was one of the first words that was used actually by somebody who is speculating, and somebody who is standing next to that person who is one of the two main reporters that have been on this case that everybody knows about. And the second that he used that word, and I wasn't there to hear it, but it seemed like speculation to me because we have seen no evidence since then of any kind of.
Of course it's going to be, but when you use that, that term, it leads to you to speculate about some things because that's not a normal term that would be used for a common cold or someone doesn't feel good. It's just, so I get it. I did watch those hearings, but I didn't catch the parts about we're cutting why they called it an early day specifically to hear his exact words. But for him to say, if that's all he said was we're going to cut it short and you need to go quarantine in your room.
No, he didn't say that. So so what happened? What happened after that is Nate and Justin, maybe together, maybe one of them and not the other, asked the public information officer, Vincent, who is a really amazing guy. They wanted the courtroom feed from that moment when the judge said that to LoRi. So we're going to look at that in a little bit. We're not going to look at it right off the bat because I got to build up my case. I got to build my case here. And I got to tease it. Y'all got to hang on till we get to that recording. It's not going to be dead last. But first, on my live the other day, Loretta Swit, who played Hot Lips Houlihan on MASH, passed away. And I did a little clip. I did just like a little 25-second clip. And then afterwards, there were so many people that connected with that. So many people that grew up with their parents playing MASH in their household. And that being such a staple of our society. I'm going to do a little bit longer tribute to her just to start off today before we get into the LoRi stuff, just because Loretta Swit, I mean, to me was an amazing female character in a television series that was influential in our society. And she wasn't a June Cleaver type of female character. Like that, it totally changed in the early, 1970s. She wasn't a Aunt Bee in Andy Griffith, in the Andy Griffith Show. She was a different type of character. So she was always one of my favorite characters. So I'm going to give just a little bit longer. It's only like 3 minutes, so it's not going to take a lot of our time. But I do want to do a little bit more of a tribute to Loretta Swit than I did the other night. So just hang with me. And I'm probably honestly going to get either copyright struck or demonetized for this, and I don't care.
How about a little kiss for me? Oh.
I'm not going anywhere with you, Frank. This is the end of the line for us. From now on, I'm number one. Me, Margaret Houlihan. And believe me, soldier, I deserve better than you. At his chest, he's in pain. MS, 1/4. He'll be next in OR. Come on, move it, we've got more coming.
You're a nurse. That's an honorary thing. So you can boss around a bunch of nurses, but not men, not real soldiers.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you something, soldier. I'm damn proud of these. Nobody gave them to me. I earned them. And I'm just as much a major as any other major. When I was 5, I had a crying fit because they wouldn't let me have a crew cut. I was born to serve, Colonel. You must let me. If he were here, which he isn't, you know what he'd do?
Buy an ashtray?
Negative. He'd take this bum by the neck and he'd deck him. It's a good thing Donald isn't here. You think a woman is dead until she lives for you. Well, let me tell you something, Benjamin Franklin. We actually survive without you. We live, we breathe, we dream, we do our work, we earn our pay. Sometimes we even have our little failures, and then we pull ourselves together, all without benefit of your fabulous electric lips. Did you ever show me any kind of friendship? Ask my help with a personal problem? Include me in one of your little bull sessions? Can you imagine what it feels like to walk by this tent and hear you laughing and know I'm not welcome?
You sure you won't reconsider, Major?
No, I've thought it over and I definitely would like another drink.
That tears up! From now on, anyone caught with any kind of intoxicating beverage will be severely disciplined.
Well, we'll drink to that.
Right.
Who was that? I wanted this year to be different. Something special just for me. To be with somebody I chose, somebody I wanted to be with, do the things I wanted to do. Is that too much to ask from one stinking day in the year? You know what it feels like to give your heart to somebody? To live just for a glimpse of his handwriting in the mail? To lose sight of his picture because you've covered it with lipstick? And then to find out you're sturdy? Oh, I think I should warn you. If you come over here for any reason during the night, announce yourself. I intend to swing this to kill. Dear Hank, I'll never forget that night we spent in that abandoned hut. You gave me your warmth and your caring when I was afraid. And now I think from time to time when I'm afraid again, I may have the courage to let another person know it. You've helped me to grow a little. Thank you, Hank.
Thank you, darling.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? It's hard to believe that they're that age. Ellen Alda did a tribute to her after she passed. I'm not going to show that today. It was pretty touching, though.
Yeah, my mom never missed an episode. It was always on at my house.
Yeah, and they play like 4 episodes back to back to back every morning on TV Land. So that's usually when I'm working, I have that playing in the background. So I've seen every single episode multiple times, and some episodes like probably dozens of times. Yeah. Rest in peace. She was such a strong one. She ended up being such a strong woman on that show, but she was also sensitive. I mean, she was just a great actress. Like in the very beginning when she was with Frank Burns, that's when she got the nickname Hot Lips. But she evolved, and I mean evolved through that show to being such a strong female figure that, I mean, she deserves a ton of respect. Not just for being, developing into a better actress, and also all of the writers writing her into a better character, but for being a good role model, like a good, strong female role model. Like, I'm not taking shit off of anybody, is where she ended up.
Yeah, I agree. Strong women like I grew up with a woman like her in my life, though. See, right? So not everybody appreciates strong women, but she damn sure did it through the whole show. I appreciate it. My mom watched it all the time.
Yeah. All right. So how was your weekend going? How was your day to day? Y'all
Nice. My day's been good. I spent almost all day outside. It's been beautiful here.
good? Nice.
Relaxing.
Here in the valley, it's been overcast, and there have been thunderstorms and rain showers, like for the first time in forever. It was actually nice. Like, I miss thunderstorms. I miss the Indiana thunderstorms rolling down the Wabash Valley. So I got some of that today, and it was a good cleansing day for me, and good, like, I'm going to use the Mormon phrase now because it cracks me up. It was a good gird up your loins for Lori's trial.
No, you did not.
I did. I went there.
No, God. No, I tried to just chill out this weekend. I wanted her to miss Camp Shorty. She did a thing on Kick last night for the first time. It was great. We got to watch something over there. So hung out and did that. This morning I had Murder Church with Publicly Buzzing the Gang with my coffee, watching the trial there. So yeah, working on some timeline stuff. And so Lori is scheduled to start trial tomorrow, as long as everybody's unquarantined, right? But we'll get there.
Yeah, we will tomorrow morning, and we honestly won't know until tomorrow morning if she's been quarantined and can make it into court or not. I'm going to have to plan for the most optimistic part of that she's going to be okay to come to court and have jury selection. There are rumors out there floating around about why she would play sick, and we'll get to those in a minute. I had a really good morning, though. I went and got my hairs cut, as you can see, all of them. She cut all of them. She didn't leave any out. And then I went and had brunch at a cool restaurant with live music. Because it's overcast today, I could sit out on the patio and feel the breeze of the storms blowing through. It was a nice, relaxing morning. It was good. It's good to recharge my battery day. So let's go back in time. Let's set up this last video of what the judge tells her and what people are saying about what that means, about what the judge tells her. So let's go back to, because it plays into some people's theories about why she might be playing sick. And those are the theories. So there are three possibilities. She is sick, she might be sick, or she's just playing sick. You know, she has been declared to be ill of something that they can test for, or she might be experiencing symptoms of something that eventually they can test for, or she might just be playing sick, and she could be playing sick for various reasons. Brandon Budro was set to come into court in the afternoon, so maybe she didn't want to have to like do anything in front of him because she objected to him being there in the last trial.
Yeah, everybody was already speculating if she was faking being sick or something, but you know, if it's a viral infection, there's no test, there's no medicine. If it's bacterial, take your antibiotics, you'll be okay in a few days. Can't be that serious, you know, not if she was there the day before and everything was fine. So it's interesting to see what, you know, it could have been anything. Who knows? Could have been maybe, I don't know. Nah, I don't know.
Okay, that's the thing, though. None of us know. None of us know for sure, but there are people
I was
out there.
I was just wondering about jurors myself. I wasn't thinking about LoRi anymore. Yeah,
Right.
somebody doesn't feel well. I don't know who it is. So
Yeah, but there are a lot of people speculating out there like it's fact, and I'm not there. I'm not there on any facts because we don't have anything released. So I actually got added.
No. Yeah,
I got added to the media list for media releases from the public information officer this morning for the first time. So I'm officially in that media pool that gets alerted, and I have got no alerts today about anything. And I haven't seen anything come down on the docket. I haven't seen anything come down on the minute entries. So there were people in other chats that were saying, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? And I haven't seen anything. That was at like 8 o'clock this morning when I got added to the media pool. So, and that comment was in a chat, you know, a couple of hours after that. So
Yeah,
if the media got it,
I was about to say comments in chat are one thing, but nobody's reported on it at all anywhere. So I'm willing to
yes,
say no one's gonna know till in the morning, right? What the heck's going on?
yeah, and we may not know until literally 10 o'clock in the morning our time, which is going to be, you know, 1 o'clock your time, or 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock your time. We may not know until then.
You may find out something first thing, like early in the morning, if they're going to cancel it for the day before everybody gets up and heads down there. Maybe they'll send out a notice if they're not going to have anything for the day. But yeah, there's no official word anywhere.
There is not. There is not. Hey, Squeegee, welcome in. Welcome in. We'll put Salty's channel in chat, and we'll put, if Pokemon, if you have a second, Trace, if you have a second, put in Salty's link in chat. She's following the Karen Reed trial, and her chat is actually a nice, relaxed chat that's mostly logically based. I mean, obviously everybody still forms opinions, but it's a safe place to express your opinion if you do so respectfully. And some chats aren't like that. And then Squeegee and I on Trial TV Live are going to be doing nightly recaps. So what's supposed to happen tomorrow? Let's go back and let's look at what set this up. Okay, I gotta go down the train of thought before I go down another rabbit hole. So some people are speculating that because she didn't get her way in having Judge Beresky removed, now she's throwing a fit and pretending to be sick. And one of the things that plays a part in that is the fact that he is on a timeline. He said from the beginning of this, so he gets rotated out to go be a judge in another court somewhere that doesn't have jurisdiction over her case. And he said, we need to be done before July 4th. So by July 3rd, from the very beginning of the prior trial, when they were talking about scheduling this trial, he said, we need to be done by July 3rd. But he also has to take an entire week off in the middle of June. So the third week of June, he can't be in court at all. He's got to do some kind of judge training or continuing education or a conference or something that is a requirement for him. He cannot have court that week, the third week of June. So we get the first week of June starting tomorrow. We get the second week of June starting June 9th. And then we get the fourth week of June starting 9 plus 14 is the 23rd. And then we may have a couple of days. So we have time before he's out of here. So people that are speculating about her playing sick so she can try and, like, you know, extend the deadline of the trial past when he's available.
Delay tactic.
Yeah, delay tactic is probably not valid in this case because Trina K's case is 4 to 5 days. Lori's case maybe 0 days because she has not presented any evidence or any witnesses in any trial to date. So I'm still predicting, even with this delay, unless she's sick for like a month, we're going to be done before Judge Beresky's end of his shift on this bench. And Trace on the case has a friend that's a judge that she talked to today. Hey, Trace, shout out for this information. Hey, THX, good to see you in here. Trace talked to a judge friend of hers that said that they have flexibility to keep him on this case if it's deemed a high enough priority case to not move him on to his next rotation court, wherever he's going to next after this. So all those people who are speculating out there that she's doing this to try and delay it beyond his tenure on this court, on this bench, doesn't hold water with me. I mean, but then she's not the sharpest lawyer in the defense room. Agreed? She's the only lawyer in the defense room.
I don't know if she done something on purpose or not. You know, I doubt it. It's not going to work. I mean, you can't play sick for weeks at a time. And it would take.
No, you can't. No.
Yeah, it would take more than a day to throw things off to that point.
Yeah. All right, so let's go back and let's just review a little bit of hearing footage of when she first asked, well, not first, this is like the second time that she's asked Judge Beresky to recuse himself, and he didn't. So let's go look at that May 14th hearing, just that part of it. We don't need to look at the whole hearing. That's going to take up a ton of time that most of us have already seen it. Present, share screen. Here we go.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias. All right.
Oh, she just mentioned FTR right there, which is interesting. And this brings up another interesting point that Lauren brought up on Friday at the first day of jury selection. FTR is the official court cameras recording video and audio of the proceedings. And in those official court cameras, they have front-facing cameras. We're going to see those in a second in Judge Green's court because media was not notified of that hearing in courtroom 5A that day. So nobody recorded that except the court system themselves, like the actual court audio video security system recording that. And the public information officer, Vincent, shout out again. He gave those people, he felt so bad about the media not being notified about that he sent them a copy of that afterwards. And we watched one and then we watched another yesterday. We're going to watch a portion in a second of that. We're not going to watch the whole thing, just the part where Judge Green makes her ruling. But they have FTR. So when Court TV comes into the court and requests to be the pool feed camera from the observation room, which is in the back of the courtroom, we get one camera feed. We get the back of Lori Daybell's head. The FTR system picks up the front-facing camera of her and Trina Kay and the judge. We get 3 camera feeds if we were to go through the FTR feed. So did that screw us all from being able to see her face because the court permitted Court TV to be the pool feed camera and we only get to see the back of her head? I mean, it's a thought. I mean, is it a valid thought? I don't know, but it's something worth thinking about. Like maybe we could have had 3 cameras for her entire trial. All right, we'll keep going.
All right. I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that. All right. So
you denied every single one of my motions for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single.
This is one of my favorite lines from Judge Beresky. I know a lot of people have other favorite lines from him, like, "Are you done?" That's my second favorite line. But when he says this right here, it's like, it's my favorite line of this hearing, of maybe all of the proceedings to date, because he's getting fed up with her.
Single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over lunch. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay.
That's the first motion that you've ever granted
Well,
in my behalf.
file motions
No.
that have
No,
a
that's not
legal
true.
basis, and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit,
Not many, no.
and none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions, and now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit. Okay.
And none of my attorneys.
This is a judge that is so calm and level-headed, and his voice is always smooth and calm. And he goes, file a motion that has legal merit, which is like his equivalent of yelling, although he has raised his voice more than that. But this is like, are you serious moment? File a motion that has legal merit.
My attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit?
They filed a motion on your behalf, the first team, to preclude media coverage, and I issued my ruling according to the law. All right. They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this. Okay. That was not based in law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
All right. Are you?
Okay. This is his "Are you done?" moment, but I have to point out one thing that is in contrast to her hearing on Thursday. Her jail uniform is not off the shoulder. If you watch the last episode I did on the last live I did, I think Friday night, with video footage of her, her jail uniform was off the shoulder. Today, it's not off the shoulder. So she's not able to seduce the judge. So he's not going to rule in her favor. Girl, you got to pull that uniform down. You got to be like, oh, look, I got shoulder showing. Sorry, guys. I got to go there with this. I got to have some levity in the middle of it, and that's my sense of humor. You got me in a nutshell right there. Off the shoulder orange jumpsuit for LoRi Vallow Daybell.
Denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
All right. Are you done?
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion.
Okay, that's actually an important factor right there. Are you not going to recuse yourself? No, I'm denying your motion. So I got to show her so the 2-minute entries that follow that, because they're interesting to me in that he just denied her motion. But did he officially deny her motion? And if he did deny her motion, how can he assign it to another judge? Because he did assign it eventually to another judge. And that's when there was a hearing Thursday in front of Judge Green.
Didn't she file initially and then he said no? He decided not to recuse himself. Then she filed again. Then it went before the special judge.
I don't think so. I don't think there was another hearing or filing in between what he just said when he said, no, I'm denying your motion. I don't think there was another filing in between that and him issuing a minute entry to assign it to the other judge. I don't think so. I don't know that 100%, but I don't think so.
Huh. Okay.
So if he already denied her motion, say the other judge just like out of the blue said, oh my gosh, you have a case here and I'm going to grant the motion to dismiss Judge Beresky to get a new judge to come in. Like, what if that actually was an official ruling I don't know. It brings up questions in my mind.
I thought you had the documents. That's why that's what I'm basing that on. That's what I thought.
Here we go. I have the documents, the official minute entries.
Yeah, because I thought she filed, then for him to recuse, he said no, which is standard. And then I thought she filed something again when she filed the motion to have a retrial, like when she complained about the juror. Within that motion, I thought she brought this up again. I might be wrong.
Well, this hearing was May 14th, and
so this was after the second time she filed. Then
maybe I've got. Let me look real quick. I do have a pro per motion notice from May 25th. Let's look at what that motion is. No, that's the motion in limine regarding Tammy Lachik, so that's not the one. Let's keep going back in time. Minute entry. Pro per notice mail May 14th. That's phone data and text messages. So she wants to exclude Alex's phone data and text messages. That's one of her handwritten motions on May 14th. And this hearing was May 14th. So at the end of this hearing, let's watch it, because I think she may actually file these motions that we see later in this hearing. So let's keep watching. We only have like a minute and a half left, and maybe we see her file the motions, maybe we don't.
Yeah, wouldn't they all be in the docket? All the ones that she's filed be in the docket?
Yes, I have all of them.
Yeah, so
that was Trina K that said the state has not received LoRi's handwritten motion to suppress the Jeep Wrangler evidence.
are we supposed to be hearing something?
You don't?
No.
You're not hearing? Oh
no.
My gosh. Oh, for crying out loud. That means I'm going to have to start my YouTube playlist all over again. StreamYard is acting up tonight. Like other people have been having issues with it too. Let's stop that screen. Let's present this screen. Hold on, folks. We got more technical issues. It will take me 30 more seconds, I promise. 30 seconds max. Walk and talk amongst yourselves. You got this. No. Nope. Play this. Boop, boop. All right. This is the full hearing. This is this. All right. I got it now. Back to StreamYard. Where did StreamYard go? Different tab. Present. Share screen. Full hearing. Here we go.
Anything else? All right, I was handed a motion to suppress all evidence pertaining to Jeep Wrangler.
I have not received that.
Did you probably got a copy of it today?
Are you hearing it now, Salty?
Oh, do we need to make copies?
Yes, you can hear it now.
All right, go ahead and make copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of crucial evidence. So make a copy. I guess the state can file their response to those. All right. Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
See, that's it.
No, Your Honor.
She filed those at the end of that hearing on May 14th. So I don't have anything that I have been able to find on the docket that says that there was a new motion to dismiss him filed after that. When she requested that verbally in that May 14th hearing, I don't have another request after that. And he said, no, I'm denying your motion. So just brings up legal questions for me. And I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a legal expert, but it doesn't matter because Judge Green, all right, let's watch that. Judge Green denied it. Let's go watch that denial. And let's not watch all 11 minutes of it. Let's watch the second half of that. We don't need to see the whole thing again.
Good morning, everyone. The court calls.
Judge, just the prior defense motions almost all exclusively dealt with motions to preclude the media. Judge Beresky applied the appropriate law in finding that the media had a right to be present and tried to limit it by saying things like they couldn't focus on the defendant's papers or things like that to mitigate any of the concerns by the defendant. All of the defendant's motions that she has filed have been without legal basis. They've been appropriately ruled on, and the state's motions set the state as one have been ruled on based upon, again, legal basis. So the fact, as the court is well aware, that the defendant has had all of the motions ruled against has no basis for bias if they're all been ruled on based upon the rules of law and the rules of evidence. So we see nothing that the defendant has provided here that would rise to a level to preclude or recuse Judge Beresky from this case.
Thank you. Ms. Dabo, you can have the last word.
Yes, also, along those lines, Your Honor, that's one thing that I asked Judge Beresky is that he has denied all these motions with no finding of fact and no conclusion of law. I said, what is the finding of fact and conclusion of law? These are just denied, 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 denied. He's also denied several attempts for me to try to ask the state for discovery that he's just denied outright. And then as I keep filing more and more, as I find out what we don't have and I ask for it, I'm continually, even to last week, getting brand new discovery with brand new Bates numbers, stuff that they realized they never even had before that hadn't been turned over. And I've been asking Judge Beresky for these items for 1.5 years. And I'm getting them 1 week before trial. We start picking our jury today. We're supposed to be doing our strikes today. And
okay, does anybody else hear a petulant child playing mom against dad? She gets a hearing in front of a new judge and she's like, Judge Beresky didn't do this and he didn't do that. And I've been asking him for this and I've been asking him for that. And he hasn't given it. I mean, it sounds like a petulant child to me. And I think it's Megan that has postulated that she never even advanced past her teenage years. And this kind of sounds like that, even though she's just like a couple of years younger than me. I have evolved past that a little bit, maybe a little bit. All right. Continuing on.
along those lines, I had this motion about the RAC belt that I had asked him about since we went through this whole trial, and there was times when the belt didn't fit around me, so it fell out of my clothing. We had to stop trial and I had to go fix it. And that is what MCSO recommended, that if that was too burdensome, that they would put an armed guard in the back. And because of the media that Judge Beresky has let into every single one of the hearings and the trial, that they already have an armed guard back there. So it wasn't going to cost the state any more money. It wasn't going to cost anything if he just had them remove the belt and went over the security that the MCSO actually recommended. Every single thing that I asked for has been denied. I feel like he does have a personal bias against me. And all I'm asking for, I went through a whole trial with him, even thinking he was biased against me before the trial started. I filed for a new motion because it came to our attention through the media. The media sent Judge Beresky a clip of one of the jurors saying that he found out about my prior convictions beforehand, before his deliberations. And this is the same exact juror who was brought in twice during trial by Judge Beresky, where he had to admonish him for, one, being on his phone, and two, talking to one of the other jurors about the case. And now he's saying, well, he went on another media thing and said that he took it back. He took back what he said. So I'm not going to give you a new trial. And
Well, you know what? I kind of agree with that argument, because she filed her motion for a new trial based on the fact that juror number 15 stated on a television interview that he felt sorry for her serving 3 life sentences the day before the verdict, the deliberations and verdict. And Trina K's response was, oh, well, he went on other interviews after that and said that, oh, I didn't know anything. So we have conflicting information from a person. How should we deal with conflicting information from a person? We should call them before us. Judge Beresky should have said, okay, juror number 15, come in here. Let's have a little chat, just like he did the other 3 times. Like when juror 15 had his phone next to the speaker and it went off, like when he was checking his phone during the fire chief's testimony, like when he talked about Social Security with juror number 16. Judge called him before him in front of that. And we don't know that he didn't in this case, but I honestly, in my opinion, I think you should have. Come and talk to me and tell me what you told to Fox 10 in that interview when you're waiting for your ride on the bus back to your parking lot.
I'm sure he was interviewed and investigated. There's no way they just didn't. There's no way they just decided not to even talk to him at all.
I'm not sure of that. I have no evidence one way or the other. I like to see the evidence.
I understand, but if there was a really, the fact that she received notice, Joe, on a court document that it even happened, there's automatically has to be an investigation and looked into at the very least, right? That it doesn't even have to mean we're going to see the court documents and stuff like that. I'm just saying, I'd be surprised if they didn't talk to him at the very least. That's kind of a formality.
Yep. I'm with you there. We can agree on that. I would be surprised if they didn't. All right. Where are we at here? Okay, here we go. This is Judge Green's, the end of her ruling on the motion for a new judge.
nothing was done about it. He refused to call them in and have a hearing and put him on the stand under oath. And
oh, we just talked about that. LoRi declaratively, so double word speak for me there, that he refused to call him in to talk to him. LoRi seems to think that's a fact and is
LoRi
declaring
seems
that.
to think a lot of things are a fact.
Right?
She thinks it's a fact. I can't. LoRi has spoken. My God. I'm not about to pick up what she's putting down now. All of a sudden. Joe, did you get something into that damn portal?
But I got spit back out, so it's okay. I'm all good for
Ooh,
now.
are you sure? Are we good? Okay.
We're good. Oh yeah, we're good because I got my trial snacks this morning, but I'm gonna have to go.
Oh, thank goodness.
So, do you know about hurricane snacks?
Are you asking a girl from hurricane country if she knows about hurricane snacks? Wow.
And
yes, Joe.
What's the number one rule of hurricane snacks? You don't get into your hurricane snacks before a hurricane starts, right? This is my trial snack.
My grandson likes that kind of, well, not that brand of popcorn, but mine's potato chips. Hold on. Hold on.
That's Indiana popcorn. And guess what? I got into it before the first day of trial. I couldn't resist. And I'm just like, I'm just going to take a little bit. Like it's sitting there, the bag of popcorn is sitting there right next to me, and it's movie theater butter popcorn. And I'm like, just a little bit. I just need a couple nibbles. And I think maybe half the bag is gone now, so I may need to go get some more before.
You're not supposed to eat them. You know that. You know you're not supposed to. Sorry, my son was trying to talk to me. You're not supposed to eat the snacks when the storm's on the way. That's why we buy extras in case that happens.
Exactly. I broke the rule. I broke the cardinal
Right?
rule.
Hey, you
Don't
learn.
eat your
You do
snacks.
that one time.
Yep.
You do it one time and you learn, right, Joe? You're like, oh shoot, should have bought double the snacks.
Right. Yep.
And ask him if he found out this information prior to deliberations. It was very confusing and everything is just outright denied. I just want to I want to go to trial. I want to have a fair trial, as fair as possible. I don't feel like I can do that with Judge Beresky, and I would like to be appointed a new judge who wouldn't know anything about the case and be fair and as impartial as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I've considered the written motion and the response, and certainly your comments today from both sides. Ms. Daybell, I find that the fact that you disagree with Judge Beresky's substantive legal rulings is not a valid basis under Rule 10.1 to grant your motion and give you a new judge. The standard in 10.1 is, has he demonstrated he can't be fair and impartial? And the fact that his rulings have not gone your way is not a valid basis to suggest that he can't be fair and impartial, unless there's some other.
Wait, let's play that again for the lawyer in the back. Just because you think one thing doesn't make it a reality. Oh my gosh, she has been told this like in 4 or 5 different ways, like about the relevance of her witnesses. I don't know about other things. She's been told multiple times, just because you think something is so does not make it so. And she can't handle that.
Some other allegation of bias that's been demonstrated. I don't find on this record that it has been demonstrated. I certainly understand your frustration with the way that the rulings have come out, and it sounds like the way that they came out with prior counsel. But the things that you have cycled through at length in your motion to disqualify, I've considered all of them. Whether or not he should have ruled differently, for example, the example you gave with the juror, or with making findings of fact and conclusions of law in writing, some of the issues you have, if you have concerns about his substantive legal rulings, you can file a motion to reconsider, or you can take them up on appeal. You can file a special action. You have a number of legal remedies at your disposal where you can make those arguments, but they're not grounds under Rule 10.1 to get a new judge. So I am going to deny your motion. Again, as for your concern about his substantive number of legal remedies at your disposal where you can make those arguments, but they're not grounds under Rule 10.1 to get a new judge. So I am going to deny your motion. Again, as for your concern about his substantive legal.
I've got to look at the gallery in the back, though, because this looks a little bit different than Judge Beresky's, new courtroom, not his original courtroom. That does not look like it has as many seats. Like, looking behind Trina K and look behind LoRi, this looks a lot more like Judge Beresky's original courtroom. Like, courtroom 5D has 75 seats. So 30 of them are for the family of the defendant and of the victims. 30 of them are for media. That's front and back, 15 and 15. So that leaves 45 for the public. This does not look like it has that. It's interesting to me because the South Court Tower. So having been in both Judge Beresky's original courtroom and in this courtroom, which is not his natural courtroom for proceedings, his original courtroom has like 30 seats in the gallery. I counted them. Trace was with me when I counted them. Somebody disagreed with me and I was right. They were wrong. 30 seats in his original courtroom, 75 in 5D. This one looks like a much smaller courtroom. So I just wonder. So Maricopa County Superior Court House was one building for decades and decades. 205 West Jefferson Street, I think is the address. Then they built the South Court Tower like 10 years ago, and they have multiple floors of multiple large courtrooms. And there was actually a large trial that went on the same day, Friday, as jury selection, which is why we didn't have the court security presence. But I think it was just a plea hearing. So that shouldn't happen on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But this does look like a small courtroom. It was 5A. It was like down at the south end of the South Tower. Does not look as big as 5D. Just observations from your courtroom reporter, correspondent.
Of legal rulings, you can address those concerns in a different way, but it would not be under a 10.1. And on this record, I don't find that he's demonstrated that he can't be fair and that he can't be impartial. I also wanted to address the comment that he made that you illustrated. That comment alone doesn't demonstrate that he can't be fair and impartial. I'm not exactly sure of the context where he made it, but it sounds like he let you ask a question with regards to religion, and that was his decision. But again, I don't think even that demonstrates that he can't be fair or impartial in this case. All right, so I'm denying the request to disqualify Judge Beresky under Rule 10.1. Is there anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Daybell?
Nope.
Thank you.
Nope. Of course you don't. Of course you don't have anything else, Miss Daybell. And it's funny she says Miss Daybell because she is Mrs. Daybell.
Yeah, I thought it was also funny when she's like, anybody object to the media? And Lori's like, I do. She's like, oh, you do? And she's like, I always object to the media. And I was like, Lori, shh, just hush.
Right. And then the judge says, so do you have anything you want to put on the record about that? And Lori's like, nope.
Yeah. Nope.
I'm just
that little nope was that told me Lori's just aggravated all the way around. You know what I mean? Nobody's listening. Nobody's giving me my way. She's frustrated, right? And now all of a sudden she didn't feel good. Lori didn't get her way.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Oh yeah, it's a thing. She needed a moment to collect herself.
So I honestly thought when we had a moment in the first trial, so we had to like emergency break at one point in the first trial. And the judge is like, okay, the jury needs to be excused. And then we need to have like an emergency break for unforeseen circumstances. That's what he said this time. He didn't say it that time. He said like, something that happened. I don't know what he said, but
yeah.
So she runs out of the courtroom. And I'm like, oh, she ate like green bologna from the jail or something. That was my thought. I thought she's got to go like run to the restroom or something. No, we find out in a later motion, she had a little piece of her rack belt come out of the back of her blazer.
Yeah, we heard. We didn't see it. We couldn't see it on camera. We noticed
I couldn't see it.
We couldn't miss the crooked standing. I made fun of the way she always stood crooked, but it was her just trying to keep all her stuff in place. We never saw the belt, but it was obvious she either she was standing funny or she had an impairment. Something was up with that, but yeah, nobody could see your belt, Lori. You were just subconsciously thinking we could see it because it was slipping. One size fits all, baby girl.
And it does. Like
you get into jail, right? She's only they're wanting her custom ordered belt. Like what? We don't get custom ordered belts, damn it.
No, you have a 350-pound inmate has to wear the same rack belt as a 125-pound inmate.
If that's uncomfortable, let's try the handcuffs.
Right.
Shackles. I mean, we got other options.
Yeah. Yep. Oh no, they had to wrap it around her twice. Okay, so
yeah, they did. But so
yep. So exactly. So
seen what all the stuff she's been accused of and been found guilty of. So I don't care if you got to wrap it around her 15 times.
So that's actually a good point for me to talk about the perception of this case and
Perception.
also our roles in the case. So when I was back in Indiana before I came out here, I went and got my haircut at a national chain place. And I happened to get my haircut at that same national chain place this morning.
Is this like a thing now? Wait a minute. Before we send you to the next trial, you got to go get a haircut at the same place. Is that?
Well, they take
Look
notes.
at Joe's face. He's like, salty, damn it. No.
They take notes about how they cut my hair. So when I go to the next place, they know how the last person cut my hair.
Hey, that's nice. That way you don't got to go through the whole thing all over again and pray they hear you. That's
exactly.
Cool. That's
I don't have to say number 4 razor on the back and sides, 1.5-inch scissor cut on the top.
Right. It's just in your little haircutting record. Check that shit out.
Exactly.
Joe's got a haircutting record. I love it.
I do. So the haircut that I got in West Lafayette, the last haircut that I got in West Lafayette was by a gal that had plans with her family to go have their pictures taken on the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017.
Yeah.
The gal that cut my hair today does not have a similarly interesting story. She just said when I told her that I was here and attending the trial, she's like, I'm not a fan of that. She's like, you're giving that person a whole bunch more publicity than they deserve. And
oh goodness.
So that made me think a little bit about it too. And these are not new thoughts for me. These are thoughts I've had in the past. Like, are you just cashing in on the publicity of a famous case? And number one, I'm not cashing in. I'm in the
there's no cashing in to begin with on these cases. And secondly, I would hope you were only talking about true crime type cases because you're interested in that, Sean. You know what I mean? So for someone to just assume that without knowing, I can understand why they get the wrong impression, though.
But the other thing that I talked to her about was the fact that I have been able to bring forth stories and the lives of the victims. JJ and Tylee and Charles have gotten more people to know about their lives and know how beautiful they were and how tragic it was and how evil and awful this person is. And that's what I'm about now. And back in Delphi, it was about me going to the most touching moment of that was me walking on the trail and standing at the memorial for Abby and Libby.
Yeah.
That was by far the most impactful. Yeah.
I think people also sometimes, someone like me who I can compartmentalize all this stuff, I can talk about details of crime scenes that most people would find, ooh, why would you even want to talk about that kind of stuff? It doesn't bother me. But at the same time, I have tons of empathy for the victims and for these families. And that's why I talk about the victims of the Idaho 4 case, because they were trampled on for so long, right? And it's not right. And you can't just focusing on the defendants. Yes, heck yeah, we're going to do that. Because you know what? Once they're convicted and found guilty, beyond reasonable doubt, all the things, and they're found guilty, we got the absolute right to talk about these defendants, right? And bring awareness to the types of crimes they're committing, what kind of red flags people maybe can look out for in their own lives, that, that these have similarities in these cases. You just never know. They're also different. The circumstances, look at Madeline Soto's case and this case with LoRi and the kids and her husband and, nephew-in-law. All these cases are so darn different. the motives and the circumstances. And people, I think some might do this for the wrong reasons, but not all of us do, right?
Yeah, and it's the ones that screw it up
Yeah.
for the rest of us that
Yeah.
are such a pain in the ass. Like,
You're
stop
right.
just being so dramatic and just bringing stuff forward that you have no proof of, just like coming forward with allegations that are not true or not proven.
Just to be, yeah, you and I, yeah, you know what we know.
If you know,
So
you know. Yeah.
if you know,
If
you
you know, you know.
and it's just like, and especially over the past few months, my God, I mean, it goes on all the time. It's just some reaches new levels at sometimes, but I think people do get caught up in some of this. There's a lot of crazy. There's not a lot of crazy attached to this case, right? I have seen the crazy attached to these high-profile cases. Community-wise, there's no crazy here. I think everybody is on the same page when it comes to Lori Vallow, Daybell, right? About as far as her probable guilt, and how they feel about her personally. Again, this case is very different than, say, Brian Koberger or Karen Reed, but this particular case, you're not seeing that to pick a side, did it, didn't do it thing. And thankfully, that's not an issue here because the families don't need that stuff. I can't wait to get to the darn evidence they have against her and her brother for what they attempted to do to Brandon. And I think they've got some strong evidence.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the text messages because we've seen some and we've seen some in Tammy's case, but I don't think we've seen all the evidence in this case yet.
So when you were talking to the person that earlier about the case, you feel like you're bringing awareness, a lot of awareness, especially within the community of, let's say, the ex-Mormons and that are trying to figure things out still. I see a lot in the community with Lori because of the beliefs, and it's like, how did they develop what they became from what we were taught, and we were taught the same thing, and we never got to that level. So I see that, like, that community connection is there. Do you know what that explains it, right?
Yeah, there is. So Mormons have a choice in this case, and obviously most of them, if not all of them, have already arrived at the fact that she's a wacko, not normal Mormon, and her brand of cult, but it is way off the beaten path. But they also maybe need to think about the fact that the LDS Church lends itself towards crazy offshoot cults, like Jody and Frank. I mean, I think that's
a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. Maybe
it is
to think that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not Mormon, so I don't know, but I feel like that would be hard to finally get to that point and say that would be hard.
It would, and it involves overcoming your cognitive dissonance. That's my favorite catchphrase, because you grow up in a church or you join a church and you learn about things and you believe the things, and then something happens that challenges your beliefs about that religion or about that doctrine or about that dogma, and you have a decision to make, which is the one that I made when I was 19 years old, to either ignore that cognitive dissonance and go along. Oh no, my camera just went. All right, hold on. I raised my hands and my face tracking camera just went nuts. So stop cam. Start cam. Okay, we're back on track. But when you're in that place, in that position, it doesn't matter what religion, of having to challenge your dogma and your beliefs that you were raised with, it's challenging. And I don't blame people either way for it, but I do blame people for going way off the track, way off the path, and unaliving your spouse and your new boyfriend's spouse and your children. I mean, I've never done that, but that's a stretch for me. And she did that. She's been proven guilty of doing that. Salty, are you there?
I am. I was writing down something. Sorry. I'm
All
listening
right.
to you and writing down at the same time.
Because I have so many noteworthy
Yeah.
things to say and provide.
No, I'm
I'm just
listening to
kidding.
you for real.
Yeah.
Because this case, it's always been at that level for me, right? And I know that. I know that it's a very just the subject is a little touchy for some. You know what I mean? Because it's a hard thing
It
to accept.
is.
And there's a
It
lot of
is.
religions out there that have they all have their things, right? And you'd be the deep south, their religion, you just don't even want to know sometimes. It's crazy. So I get they all have that, but for that particular community, because that's what LoRi was, right? And that's what they were raised in and taught, and took it down that dark road. And now to wonder now, well, gosh, was it always like that and I just didn't know it, right? Could that have been me or anything like that? You never know what crosses people's minds while they're trying to sort it. Because if, take away the LoRi Vallow shit, if you were, from what I can understand, just leaving the Mormon church alone is hard enough. And then you and you're already questioning things, and then you see this kind of stuff, and then the stuff like you and Kresha have presented, and it probably leads them to have a lot of questions,
Yes. And thank
I
you,
would.
Pammy. That's so sweet. That's so sweet, Pammy. Thank you. Yeah, I had lots of questions. Of course I did. That's like what ended me up in the position of having to make a really difficult decision. And indoctrination, which is the road that Kresh and I have gone down, plays a huge part in that. Indoctrination of any religion, whether it's Catholicism or Mormonism or
Exactly.
apostolic or Pentecostal or
people do a lot of things in the name of organized religion, a lot of things. And I have seen it over decades with all types of religions. There was a time in this country when the Southern Baptist Convention had a ton of political pull. I mean, they were like the make it or break it people, right? That pretty much came to an end at some point, but it took a lot of years they had a lot of pull. They put a lot of money, right? And so because of that, there was a lot of, deep South backwoods type stuff going down for many years, all through the 70s, it was like that. But it's like the Bible Belt, that's where that came from, right? So religions, I have a strong walk with God, but it's a very personal, very private one. I don't find it sitting on a pew in a church, if that makes sense. Because I don't know if I could trust any of them, I'll be honest. I trust him, but I don't know about the ones saying they're telling me about him. I can read the Bible.
Right. I have a really good friend who is the pastor of a church in Indiana, and he's been the pastor of that church for a very long time. He was told when he first took over being the pastor of that church that he wouldn't last more than 5 years in that community, and he's been there for like almost 25 years. But he teaches religion versus spirituality as religion as us trying to make ourselves worthy, and spirituality as us trying to establish a relationship with God. So
it is. It's very different. I agree with that statement 100%. Spirituality all the way.
He's still one of my best friends.
I mean, he's not wrong.
All right. So we have, so Nate Eaton. So whole reason that I reached out to Vincent, who is the public information officer for Maricopa County Superior Court, is because Friday, when the judge said to LoRi what he said, which was something along the lines of quarantining happens in the jail, or people get quarantined in the jail all the time. So if you can't make it Monday, let your team know as soon as possible. That's like as close as I can quote it exactly. Nate and Justin were sitting behind me, and I turned around to Nate and I was like, that was really interesting that he mentioned specifically quarantining. And I'm sure Nate and Justin are smart enough to have drawn that conclusion on their own. Like, I didn't start the rumor, but it was like a noteworthy thought for me. Like, why did the judge out of the blue mention quarantining in jail? Like, is she sick? If she's sick, has she been, what symptoms is she having? That's what I want to know.
Like, wait a minute, I was in the courtroom with this lady. What the hell are we talking about here?
We all were. We all were
Right?
in the courtroom with
You
her.
need to
Are we
know
all
you
sick?
need to go home and quarantine now, right? Do I need to
Right?
go home and quarantine? Shoot. Darn it.
No, we're going to be
Thanks.
quarantined in the courtroom with the judge and LoRi
With
and the entire
LoRi.
jury
Yeah.
pool.
Yeah. You got to sit
We're all
there
there.
with LoRi all weekend. So it could have ended really bad, Joe. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. But anyway, so they're up there and they send some type of message or email to Vincent, the PIO, and he gave them like 5 seconds of the FTR video and audio from that exchange. And that's what we're going to watch next. And there's more to it than that. So what we didn't see was before lunch. And here's another theory that people had proposed, that LoRi's not getting her way, so she's acting sick because she's not getting her way about something else, which is not whether or not the judge gets replaced. The other thing was right before lunch, and I think I actually forgot to mention this on my last live. Trina K stands up and says, we have some outstanding motions and we have some time left, because it was like 10:30, 10:45. Like, I think that first session lasted like 45 minutes. Trina K goes, well, we have some outstanding motions. Can we hear those now? And Judge Beresky goes, based on what happened yesterday, I'm going to be issuing written rulings. I'm not going to be issuing them from the bench. And we know what happened yesterday because we saw it. LoRi's interaction with him was just so frustrating for him that he's like, we're not going to argue about it anymore. I'm done. I'm done arguing with my petulant 16-year-olds who can't go out with their friends on a Friday night. I'm just going to issue a ruling, and that's the way it's going to be. So that happened, and some people are speculating that now she's throwing a fit because that happened. That wasn't on the record. That was off the record. We don't have any FTR of that, but we do have FTR of when he talked to her about quarantining in the jail, and Nate Eaton presented it on one of his videos. So let's watch that for like a couple of minutes.
Verbally on those motions. She can file a brief if she wants.
I'll go back. Back up.
Again, when the judge apologized to the jurors for having them come all the way down to the courthouse, that something happened that was beyond his control. And then he said a comment he let the jurors go. Oh, and then he also said, I should have backed up this morning, Trina K, the prosecutor, asked about some motions that the judge has not ruled on and said, can we hear those motions now? And the judge said, I believe I'm going to issue those in writing based on yesterday's experience. I think the back and forth with LoRi. So he's not even going to let her be heard verbally on those motions. She can file a brief if she wants. And she already kind of has. So the judge handed out his rulings on those motions. And then he said something to LoRi about quarantining. And
hold on. The judge handed out those motions. he handed out draft copies of those motions. And I have been checking in on the online court records. I've been checking my email, and those have not come down on the docket yet. So I don't know if people say they've seen something on that, where they're getting that. I'm also like following Nate and Justin on X also. I haven't seen any rulings actually posted yet, but I will keep you informed, and I will post them probably on X as soon as they come down.
And this is the first hint that we knew what was going on, that somebody was sick, mainly the defendant. And we did request after the hearing if we could have that.
Okay, I got to clarify that too. Right, Nate said we didn't know if somebody was sick, namely the defendant. We don't even know that. We don't know that it was the defendant. We don't know if it was other people in the Maricopa County Jail, Estrella, that's Spanish for star, unit that were quarantined, and she may have been exposed to, and therefore she may come down sick from that, being exposed to other people in the jail that were sick. He says namely to the defendant, but that's speculation, Nate. That's speculation. We don't know that.
Yeah, I don't think he confirmed that. He's speculating too. Yeah.
Yep. We're all speculating. That's what we do.
That one portion of the video from the For the Record system, it's FTR. It's the video recording audio system in the courtroom. And we got it. We got that little portion. They did allow the 25 or so seconds to be released. This is what the judge said to LoRi.
All right, will you please, I know you have restrictions on what you're able to do, but if you have issues where I know in the jail people get quarantined or something, if you don't think you're going to make it to court on Monday, please let your team know sooner rather than later, okay?
That was impactful to me because he mentioned the word quarantine, but then he said, if you don't think you're going to be able to make it to court Monday, please let your team know. That's what was impactful to me, because that connected the dots between quarantine and not able to make it. Like she may either be
she would have a choice, right? She would have a choice. So, yeah, that was my take on that as well.
But Trace on the case, who was there in court with me, also noticed that when they said all rise for the jury and all rise for the judge, LoRi did not get up. I was not consciously aware of that. I didn't visually make that connection. Trace on the case said she did not stand up, which maybe she really is ill. Maybe she's not feeling well, or maybe she's faking it. We don't know, but she did not stand up for that. So we'll go back and listen to that one more time, because there's so much speculation. Yep.
Yeah. Well, with LoRi, you never know. I mean,
I would not put it past her.
There's no predicting if this woman is faking or not. It's what LoRi does.
Well, she fakes being a lawyer. She does that not very well.
Look, if she didn't get her damn way and she had those hearings, then the other judge is like, the judge can stay. Then she has to go back for him later, and they're already having it out. And she's trying. Sorry, I had to mute out. Anyway, she's already aggravated. You know what I mean? I could just see her making herself sick because she's aggravated.
Yeah, she's aggravated. He's aggravated. She didn't get her way with Judge Green's ruling. She also has Brandon Budro coming into the courtroom the afternoon that the jury is supposed to be voir dired and placed, seated, and she has a whole new jury pool of 70 people coming in that she has to face, that she has to try and put together and a voir dire for, as well as an opening statement for. And how is this going to be different than the last time? It's
okay. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. My son walked in. Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, hopefully everybody's fine, everybody's good over the weekend, got rest, and they'll be good to go tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
What time is court supposed to start? At 8, 9? What they got going on there? What time is it scheduled to start?
No, judge doesn't start before 10 o'clock, and it may even be 10:30. Like, I think he may have the jurors. The jurors may report at 10:15 and court at 10:30, and then we'll start impaneling the jury. And if we get a jury seated by like 3 o'clock, we will hear opening statements tomorrow.
That'd be way in the afternoon for me, just like when we did the Charles Vallow trial.
Yep.
The schedule was a lot different than the Karen Reed schedule.
Yep. All right, I'm going to play this Nate Eaton thing one more time, just so everybody can hear the FTR video audio that was released in that little interaction, and that was all that was released from the court. But it's really cool that Vince did that. Like, I mean, there's no promises to the media that any court FTR video and audio is going to be released ever, but he did.
Allow the 25 or so seconds to be released. This is what the judge said to LoRi.
All right, will you please, I know you have restrictions on what you're able to do, but if you have issues where I know in the jail people get quarantined or something, if you don't think you're going to make it to court on Monday, please let your team know sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay, so did you catch that? So let me play it one more time for you.
All right, will you please, I know you have restrictions on what you're able to do, but if you have issues where I know in the jail people get quarantined or something, if you don't think you're going to make it to court on Monday, please let your team know sooner rather than later, okay?
So there is where we got our hint that something was not right. LoRi is sick or says she's sick. Spoke to many people after who told me the same thing, people who are kind of in the know and know about these things. A few people.
Nate, I get a little bit of problem with that. People that I know that are in the know about these things. That's like unnamed sources. Like, unnamed sources can be 100% accurate and reliable, and unnamed sources can be 100% not reliable and accurate. I trust Nate not to tell us something that's not accurate, but I got just a little bit of problem with the way that he phrased that. But all right, keep telling us, Nate, what your people in the know said to you.
Oh, there is where we got our hint that something was not right. LoRi is sick or says she's sick. Spoke to many people after who told me the same thing, people who are kind of in the know and know about these things. A few people.
Oh, sorry.
People said they don't feel she's really sick, that she's just trying to maintain control of the situation. But
okay, that's just speculation, Nate. You're a news journalist. You are just fueling speculation. Like, people say she's faking being sick. How do you know? How does the jail know? How does the court know? How does anybody know she's faking? They're speculating. So a news journalist, so I hold Nate in one of the highest regards, and I'm not okay with this. I am, oh crap, I just made my hand motion again. My camera just went.
Maybe I'm not following. What are you not okay with? What'd he do?
With him saying people
speculating about her being sick or not?
A real news journalist, and I am a social media person. I consider myself an investigative type, courtroom type reporter type of person, but I don't work for according to court systems, a legitimate news outlet like East Idaho News, who sends me to Hawaii. So speculation, so him perpetuating speculation on this, I do have a problem with. I have talked to people who say she's just faking, is not okay with me. That's not okay. I've talked to people who say a lot of things about LoRi, and I'm not going to put them on YouTube, even though they would be, you know, they they would get clicks and views. I'm not going to do that. That's what I have a problem with. That's it. Just the speculation aspect of a legitimate news reporter who I have a lot of respect for, just saying something like people are telling me that they think she's faking. That doesn't belong on real news.
Like the people maybe he interviewed out on the street, on the corner. I mean, I don't like,
No, he didn't. No, he didn't say that. No, he said,
let me finish, please.
Yes,
Do you,
finish.
I'm asking you, do you think meant it as in like sources told him that? And he was like in that aspect.
Yes, because he said
That's what I'm,
sources.
okay. Yeah.
Yes. Sources in the know is a key phrase to me. Sources in the know.
Right. Okay. Sorry,
Right.
my son was trying to come and talk to me at the same time, so I was trying to make it clear as to what exactly he said that you took offense to. If it's just speculation alone, or what he said that got you triggered.
Yeah,
That's what I was wondering.
I'm not taking offense to it. I just have a little problem with it from somebody who is a very legitimate and very established news media reporter, and one of, like, if not the most impactful journalists on this case from the very beginning of it. So we don't need speculation. I think he's in a I know that hotel room he's in because I stayed in one when I went down to the Braves game. That looks very, very familiar. Anyway, the speculation aspect of it is what I have a problem with. I'm not taking offense to it. I'm just pointing out the fact that objective journalism.
Yeah, and I would
should
never.
not.
I don't think Nate Eaton's got some major scoop. That I rarely watch anybody about any of these cases anymore, to be honest, because everybody's got a problem with everybody in the way they do things, and I've seen it across the board in all of these cases. And I know to take all the things I'm being told with a grain of salt, including this stuff I look up. I try to verify as best I can. And we talk about those things when we're speculating on the channel and talking about theories. But mainstream media, people haven't liked them in a long time.
Yeah, so here's a thought that's kind of another rabbit hole that has to do with social media, YouTube, mainstream media, main news outlets. Like, as social media, YouTube content creators, Lauren with Hidden True Crime, Gigi with her channel, and a bunch of other channels, the social media channels seem to be evolving more towards being mainstream media type of channels, as in bringing us like hard breaking news that impacts our opinions and beliefs about a case.
It's been going on for a while, Joe. It's these mainstream media personalities and journalists are finding a home on social media. EastIdahoNews.com, where Nate is the news director or whatever. It's online, right? So then they've all moved to YouTube. You got Ashley Banfield. You have all these other people who are come to you, Benny Politan, all the true crime type people on TV have come to YouTube. Because I called this 3 years ago. Social media will become where most people get their news because they don't trust mainstream media. Then you come to social media. And you see a lot of split communities, and then you see a lot of infighting within the same communities, and it's crazy insane. So I say, careful out there on the YouTube streets and careful on the mainstream streets. Y'all use some common sense, right? And you know, what are we going to do when Nate says what Nate says? What are we going to do? He chased the bitch down to Hawaii, right? Go Nate.
Exactly. Mad props for that. Mad props.
Mad props, right? It's like, what are you going to do? I know, but I get you, Joe. I get it.
And you kind of led into the back half of that question where I was going is social media, YouTube, going to be more like mainstream media used to be? And
Mm-hmm.
you answered that question perfectly. That's where I was going.
And I, as a YouTube true crime consumer, like even before I began streaming, I like it when you can present to me a good theory and we'll go down some rabbit holes together. But in the end, receipts matter, right? Receipts will always matter. And I think a lot of times, people are willing to put up with creators that come out and say, well, I've got a source. Well, that's the same thing y'all don't like mainstream media doing, right? So it's like, pot calling the kettle black. I try to keep myself from doing that. That's hard, but I try not to do it.
Yeah. I try not to, but I find myself like constantly questioning the content that I provide. Like, am I trying to be a serious reporter, or am I trying to be a social media with opinions? And of course, I welcome all opinions as long as they're respectfully, put in my chat. But, where are we going to end up? I have no idea.
You have to follow your heart, tell the stories you like to tell in your way. And that's what you do. That's all you can do, right? There's no right or wrong way to do it. Apparently there's a way to do it in the that may not be like the kind of people we are. It won't be comfortable for us to do, right? To come out here, balls to the walls, lie, and thumbnails, and all the things and all the bells and whistles just to get that view or whatever. But there's some that do take it seriously. Doesn't mean we can't have fun. It's a much more relaxed atmosphere on YouTube. That's what I like about it. Because if you look at the mainstream media personalities that are coming to YouTube, you get a much more relaxed, different version of that person, right? You don't get that stiff media. Yeah. You look at, the Anjanette Levy, Vinny, Ashley, if you want to call them, journalists or whatever. There's a lot of people coming to the YouTube streets now with that, but they're just very different on their YouTube channels. It's much more relaxed, and I like that.
It is. And Vinny does his little lives, and he drinks a bottle of water, and he gulps on the microphone, and it drives me nuts.
I know you can't stand that. I'm always trying to make sure I mute if I take a drink, because I know if Joe's listening, it's going to like, it's going to bother him. So I always try to be mindful of that. Like, I don't chew into the mic and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's just I like it when it's not so rigid and I want down to earth. Like, that's why we love Ali Mata, because she might be a defense attorney and be brilliant, but she connects with the people, especially the women, especially the working mothers, right? And she says what we're damn well thinking, and she's not scared to say it. But because she connects with me, I like that about her, right? Intelligent, but also she knows how to relax.
Yeah. Well, she's real and she's
be
honest.
her, right?
Yes,
exactly. What you see is
100%.
what you get. Yeah.
Hawkeyes, where you been? We've been talking about this. We've been talking about this for an hour.
Nobody knows, but after this trial, I have made it, I've said it a couple of times, once in your chat, once in mine. Everybody seems to be in agreement that have heard me say it. But after this trial is over, we're going to close that portal once and for all. And we're going to do it safely this time, LoRi. So then it's gone forever. She can go sit down in the corner and eat her slop for the rest of her life in Idaho.
Yeah. And that's, I think that thought continues me to my bottom line in following this case is for the victims, and not just past victims, but future victims. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we don't know how far her and Chad would have kept going if they thought for a second, oh my God, we got away with this stuff, right? And they made some little bit of money off the kids, but couldn't get it off Charles. But who knows what they would have done in the future. And a lot of people, I mean, serial killer types, if you go back and look at some of the ones, the histories, money's always a motive, right? Who would have been next? Would it have been one of their elderly parents? Do you know what I'm saying? You never know what would have been down the line for these two if you got in their way, you know? And
you have
the
people,
victims deserve it for her to finally go away, right? Yeah, the victims
yes,
deserve it.
but you also have people that were in the inner circle that have not been touched by law enforcement. You have the two Melanies. You have.
So you know what? If we had, let me interrupt you, Joe, but when you said that, I just had a freaking thought though. So in the conspiracy for Charles, and there was the text messages between her, the communications between her and Alex that helped kind of seal the deal with their conspiracy. What about Melanie and Melanie's on conspiracy with their communications? There was nothing there. Did they get a benefit for testifying against LoRi, you know, basically playing dumb, like with Brandon? Melanese knew where he lived. She was his ex-wife, mother of his children. He had just moved. No one knew where the man lived. He's in a whole other state opposite of LoRi and her brother, Alex. He's in Arizona, they're in Idaho. You know, and then the next thing you know, he's got this random Jeep parked outside taking a shot at him. Turns out it was Alex Cox in the Jeep, Tylee's Jeep, that Charles owned. And two neighbors happened to see that Jeep that same morning running. And Joe, remember, one of those witnesses said that, remember, we were speculating, theorizing, was there a driver involved, right? I don't think so, because one of the neighbors made the comment to the police, told the police in their report that the front seat appeared to be pulled all the way up to the driver's to the steering wheel. And I thought, so did Alex drive himself? And when he got out, he pulled that seat all the way up to give himself all the room he needed to lay down back there, because he had just got those windows tinted in Idaho days before he left, and drove all the way to Arizona to take a shot at Brandon and missed.
Yeah. Do you want to take a look at that East Idaho News report? Because I can't find that document that Nate's reading from. I don't
that one that he talks about what I'm just talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do that if you want, because I was like, man, that's, you know, if those witnesses and they play in his Tylee's Jeep. Joe went over some stuff where Brandon already had the VIN number because he had gotten the insurance for Charles on the Jeep, and he gave that information to the police, right? So they know it was Tylee's Jeep. But according to the document that Nate was reading from, LoRi had gotten the storage unit in Idaho. He got the Jeep windows tinted in Idaho, and then she kept Alex's phone in Idaho while he traveled to Arizona. And then when he was on his way back, LoRi used his phone, Alex's phone, to call her phone and make it look like he was pinging right there in Arizona, or I'm sorry, in Idaho with her. But he really wasn't. He was driving the Jeep back from Arizona. It was like, I was like, what in the world? If they've got stuff like that, and who knows what else the other communications are, you know, to tie that conspiracy in, that she knew what her brother was doing.
Yeah. I mean, those are going to be the most interesting, and those were the most detailed. In the last one were the text messages.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the part that I had the hardest time keeping up with, like taking notes, because it's blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, slow down. I can't write that fast. Which is why it's good that it's televised, because it's not like Delphi. We have a recording of
yes.
it. Yeah.
Hey, at least it's like her Idaho trial that wasn't televised. At least we had the audio. We didn't even get that with Delphi, right? We didn't even get
No.
that.
All right, let me find StreamYard. I have 7 tabs open right now, and none of them say StreamYard. There we go. There's StreamYard. Here we go. This is Nate Eaton's review of what happened that morning, and this is a good trial primer for all of us.
Oh, I just saw a comment by Trace. Trace, I want one. I'll send you an email. Sorry, Joe.
No, you're good. You're good. She owes me 15 of them so I can send them out to Trial TV Live and their mods.
Cool.
All right, here we go.
Brandon's door of his black Tesla that happened in on October of 2019. This is the car door of Brandon's Tesla that he was driving on October 2nd, 2019, when he was shot at. And I'm going to go through the timeline of what we know concerning Brandon, what happened that morning, and what the state will likely lay out, likely in their opening statement, and as the trial progresses. On October 2nd, 2019, Brandon Budro was residing on Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona. That morning, he left his residence at approximately 7:25 a.m., took his children to school, dropped off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife, and went to the gym. Around 8:40 a.m., a neighbor was backing out of his driveway and observed a Jeep parked next to Budro's driveway. The Jeep was parked so the front of the Jeep was facing the front of a white SUV. The neighbor noted that the Jeep was running, had tinted windows, and a Texas license plate. The neighbor had never seen this Jeep before. At approximately 8:48 a.m., another neighbor was walking his dogs when he saw a Jeep parked with the front of the Jeep facing the front of a white van in front of Budro.
So, Salty, did you catch what document he was reading from?
No.
Did he say?
Nope.
I didn't.
I tried hard to find out for us, and I cannot figure out what he was reading this from, where he got it from. That's why I was like, do you have this document? We need this document, right? Because I don't know. And I didn't know if it was something they released like after a grand jury indictment or what it was. But these two neighbors can corroborate the timeline, placing the Jeep there moments before he was shot at. And so those are two eyewitnesses, but I don't know what Nate's reading from.
I don't either. I have not been able to find it either.
But it has a good information in it. I'm inclined to believe it's true. It's from a document. I just don't know which one.
Budro's residence. I'll pause right there. Makes me wonder if these neighbors are going to be called to testify. I wouldn't doubt it. The neighbor noticed the Jeep was running, that the driver's seat was pushed all the way forward to the steering wheel, and he could not see in the back of the Jeep due to tinted windows. Another pause. Imagine you are going on a walk in your neighborhood.
Another pause. Imagine a Jeep has its driver's side seat pushed all the way up to the steering wheel.
Yep.
That does speak of one person in that vehicle, not two, which has been my theory. Which has been my theory up to this point. So I am reconsidering my theory.
Yeah, it makes me believe there's one person, one passenger, one driver. We know no passengers, just one driver. And when he got out, he pulled that seat up so he could lay down back there enough to be up enough to where he could see out that back window. Because he's just going to pop it open. Remember that. It pops out, right, Joe? That kind? The back piece?
It depends on if it's a hard top or a soft top. I think this was a hard top.
I think they describe it here where it pops out, which tells me he's going to lay down back there. He may even have a stand to hold and stabilize that gun back there. I don't know, which you wouldn't be able to see because of the back of the Jeep sides and all that, and the tailgate thing. But the glass itself, I think, pops out, and he sees the barrel of the gun.
Yeah, it would have to be a hard top with a glass rear window and not a soft top, because a soft top,
right,
you can unzip and you could stick that gun out at any
Yeah.
location around the spare
I
tire.
didn't.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
have to remove the spare tire to get a shot at somebody.
Okay.
So
Right.
it is a hard top with a glass window that swings upward from the hinge point at the top.
Yeah. Because I don't think it was like electric where it slid up or down or anything
No.
like
No.
that. No.
No.
So they
Not
removed,
on
because
the
they
Jeep.
remember, because we saw the video footage where, remember I told you, this document tells us that LoRi got that storage unit in Idaho. They took the back seat out and that tire off, placed it in that storage unit. Remember, we saw the video of that. What we don't see is that Alex did go get those windows tinted. Like I said, days before he took the Jeep over to Arizona. It's crazy.
It's going to be evidence that we see in this trial.
Yeah,
There's going to be
you darn right.
a receipt
Slam
from that
dunk,
window
LoRi.
tinting place. Yeah.
You darn right there is. There's going to be evidence of that they can prove, or it wouldn't be in that document.
Yep.
And you see a Jeep that's running, parked in front of a house of your neighbor, and the driver's seat is all the way forward to the steering wheel, and you can't see the back because the windows are tinted. You can't see inside the Jeep. It obviously caught these neighbors enough off guard that they took note of it. Budro returned home approximately 9:13 a.m. I want to pause here again. Brandon has said publicly in testimony that nobody knew where he lived. Very few people knew where he lived, I should say. He was in the process of getting a divorce from Melanie.
So right here, Joe, let me, right here. Do they have any communication where LoRi or Melanice is telling LoRi where Brandon lives? And then did she in turn text it on over to her brother? Or were these done in phone calls where they can't see the text and they can't hear the conversation? They can see a call was placed, but they don't know the content of the conversations. Maybe they got smart and weren't texting shit to each other anymore. But yeah, to tie Melanice into the conspiracy, you know what I mean? Because somebody told LoRi and Alex obviously where he lived, and we all know it had to have been Melanice. I wish they could find that communication to prove that. You know what I mean? I don't know if they have that.
Right. And that's probably the best point, because one of the primary reasons that, hold on, let me change the screen here. One of the primary reasons that Brandon filed for divorce was because Melanice moved up to Rexburg with LoRi and abandoned him and the kids in Arizona. And he's like, what the heck is going on with you? And then obviously he was deemed dark. He was probably a zombie. I mean, there's probably text messages and other communications based on that.
And then by this time, Charles had been killed.
Right.
And he knew Charles's concerns about LoRi and this cult stuff they were dabbling in over there, her and Melanice.
So he filed, according to my understanding of the timeline, so he filed for divorce and she ended up moving back to Gilbert.
Yeah.
In a location that was semi-close to where he was moving into in this place. So he was going to move here. She had moved there, and they were going to work on this joint custody thing during their divorce. And during that time is when this shooting happened. And Alex allegedly drove down 14 hours from Rexburg, took a shot, pushed his seat all the way forward, laid down on the back seat, took a shot and missed, and then drove 14 hours back to Rexburg. And LoRi had Alex's phone, so Alex had a burner phone. LoRi called Alex's phone while he was away, so we could be like, oh no, he's still in Rexburg. He's not down in Gilbert.
Right.
Anyway, that's my understanding of the timeline. Feel free to correct me in the chat, or Salty, feel free to correct me if you know otherwise. But that seems to be my understanding, which means that if they're going through a custody battle, Melanice absolutely knows what his address is, what his new address is. at his
I
new
think,
house.
yeah, I think Brandon said the only one that knew was Melanie because she had to know because of the kids, right, or whatever. But Lori and them shouldn't have known. He didn't tell them. He had like literally just moved there. So if anybody told Lori and Alex, it was going to be Melanie's. You know, it's just a matter of, do the authorities have proof that she did? And just because she did, does that mean she's involved with anything? That's, you know, getting her involved in the conspiracy as well is going to take a little more context behind it, you know, proof, any proof. So there may not be anything there. That's all I can figure. There's not either that there's not enough there for the two Melanies, or those two got some sort of little immunity deals to come and testify, and we'll take it easy on you two, which I don't know why they would do that, but it's beyond me because it's ridiculous, because I don't trust Melanie as far as I could throw that lady. I can't stand her as much as I can't stand Lori. Melanie is another one, right? I don't trust her. There's nothing about her that's trustworthy, and nothing. I don't care. She
Somebody
knew
that
something was going
yes.
on.
Yep.
She knew.
Somebody that
I don't want to hear. I don't want to
pretends-
hear it, lady.
No, somebody that pretends to be on the fringe and not be a participant in something that is heinously evil, and then will sit in a. Go ahead.
No, she's like knows those kids are being looked for, and then Lori's trying to get her to say, "Well, just say you got JJ," and that's when she starts getting nervous. What do you mean you say I got JJ? You like, no, lady, come on. You already knew something before that was even said, and you still did nothing. You participated in all the little side portal activities y'all had going on over there in the corner that y'all didn't know what the hell you were doing to start with. No, I can't with her. And Zulema, you taught them wrong, honey. You taught them wrong. That's all I can say. Okay, rant over. Sorry.
No. I actually want to hear more about that rant, especially since your previous proposition about closing that portal, because didn't Zulema have a little bit to do with that portal that they incorrectly
I'm telling
accessed?
you, there's Zulema. There's something about that lady. She knows more than just from my take on Zulema and her history and her. Zulema probably introduced certain elements into what. Julie Rowe introduced elements of spirituality combined with their Mormonism and preparing for all the whatevers. And Zulema incorporates, she brought in stuff she knew about. Portals. Yes, I know about portals. Things of that nature. And with that, though, may have been introducing the dark side. Because of reasons of her what she could have been taught herself. Let me put it that way. I don't want to be offensive to certain people out there. With Zulema and her culture, there may have been certain teachings that she was aware of that the average white woman would not be aware of. Is that safe to say? I don't know. I don't want to.
You're right. You're good. You're good. But I have a follow-up. I have a follow-up question, because portals play a part in this.
Yeah, they do.
In this case, and people like me who are like super conservative and haven't explored a lot of that aspect of spirituality. What would happen if a portal was improperly opened and not closed? What are the possibilities?
You're inviting a lot of things in you don't want in. A lot of spirits that aren't so nice, entities, beings, Neds. You can invite a lot of things in if you don't. There's a way to do things, and there's the right way to do things, and the right reasons to do them, and then there's the absolute wrong way to do it all. So yeah, it needs to be closed. All that evil needs to go away with Lori. We don't hear from Chad's ass no more. I'm ready to not hear from Lori's anymore. And those two are not getting exonerated, and Jesus don't love you more. I'm going to shut that down with the portal. That'll shut her energy down. She's being fed by those demons, I think. She's done embraced it. Yeah. I think one came into LoRi. That's the problem. See, when she's out there telling everybody that Charles and Tammy and the kids, they're all zombies and they're all, bad spirits or whatnot. No, when y'all opened that portal, y'all became the bad spirits, lady. That's how that worked.
Yeah. And then, so people on the outside looking in that don't know, my camera just did it again. It doesn't like when I raise my hand. I'm going to raise my hand. It's like the squaring of the right hand, but that was my left hand. But people who are on the outside looking in see things like foot reflexology. Have you seen those, like the parts of those reports in this case? Foot reflexology and Mormonism and LDS and Joseph Smith, like what level of those type of things, how do those compare to what was probably going on in this case that led to all of these horrible things? Like foot reflexology, I'm thinking, like,
let me say this. Let me say it like this. To open a portal is not a bad thing. Okay? What you do with it is, I have two options as a witchy woman. I can walk in the light or I can walk in the dark. The path I choose is up to me, and I choose the light. So there's a right way and there's a wrong way. My energy is probably a lot higher than Lori Vallow's. I'll guarantee that. Sorry, a truck was passing by. So yeah, there's just a lot of elements they were introducing. Okay, so when they went on their little fringe, right? They took all their learnings of LDS and all of their core beliefs with them, right? But then Chad began to hook up with Julie Rowe. Some of these books he was publishing, she was introducing the spirituality aspect and going on journey. All right, when you go on journey, you literally, it's like an out-of-body experience almost. I don't personally journey. I don't want to. I don't want that experience. But if you do that, you can journey and see things beyond the veil, right? Chad started to claim he could see beyond the veil, incorporating what he was learning from Julie Rowe. So then you brought in Zulema, who knew about certain witchy type things. Yeah, and they just went down a dark path with it. I don't know why or how that happened, or if one of them already had that element in them. Zulema, maybe. I don't know. I'm speculating because I feel like she would probably know more about that realm versus these Mormon women that were following along first to become preparers and get ready for God and all that. They were like the one lady that testified in Charles' case that was real light spoken. You know what I mean? She was like real timid, the super light snowy hair. She didn't strike me as a witchy woman. She didn't care for what she was seeing. I don't think it scared her a little bit. And it made me, but Zulema was right there all up in that mix doing stuff. I was like, okay, I'm seeing it more and more. I already had my Julie Rowe theory going into that. And then I started realizing what all Zulema was up to over there. And then what these women started doing. Now they're going to get rid of Charles's spirits and Kay's, all these things. Like, no, y'all became the evil spirits. Now you're out there creating havoc and killing people, and it's not cool. So shutting that shit down once and for all.
Yeah, that's got to be shut down.
That way Lori cannot portal over there to Chad in the middle of the night.
Oh, Jenna. Oh my gosh. She comes out of left field.
Who?
I believe, Jenna says, I believe that Zulema poisoned Alex.
Hey, you never know.
Well, we had this discussion one morning when we were waiting on the steps, on the courthouse steps.
I wouldn't trust her.
No. And I can't believe that she's not included with the Melanies in some
No,
type
exactly. Y'all, you need the holy water and the all kinds of stuff for that one. I'm telling you, smudge your phone, smudge your devices. Just, I'm telling you, you need to do that. I'm gonna have to do it. Shit. Okay, I got to get prepared and order me some stuff. So when Brandon's I think I'm low on sage. Actually, got a full moon.
Can you order that on Amazon? Can you order that on Amazon?
Well, I had a local shop that had a little Shopify account for a while for me, so I could order from her because I had moved over to Alabama and they didn't have a metaphysical store over there, and it was like bummer. So I was like, well, damn. So anyway, I can go get one in town at my shop all day long. But yeah, I think you can, but I've never ordered them from Amazon, but probably can. Yeah. Yeah, but I do have a place, a go-to, the authentic place to order sage bundles if I don't feel like going anywhere. But anyway, I know I barely have any left. I know that for a fact. 'Cause last full moon, I used some of it. Got to cleanse on that full moon, let it all go.
So I contacted Gigi from
Did you?
Pretty Lies and Alibis, because she showed a part, and I could probably find it on another channel, but I'm going to show the part of Chad Daybell's trial where Chad and LoRi give Melanie's a blessing, a Mormon blessing, after Alex died. So Chad also gave Alex a Mormon blessing before he died, like within 2 weeks or less before he died. But this one actually intrigues me more. Are you ready for this? Do you have your sage?
Sure.
Present, share screen. Here we go. All right.
Might have been Moroni out of the way.
There's Moroni. Who is giggling during a blessing? Like, if this is like a religious experience, why are they giggling? I'm lost.
Right there. We love you, Al. So grateful for you. We love you back. Dear Mel, we bless you now with strength and power. You've been so courageous and valiant, faithful, and such a true friend. Always wonderful person. This time, I include Ian in the blessing as well by removing any weapons or curses or negative cords that are attached to either one of you. Just sever them all and turn those curses to whoever sent them and destroy the weapons that you can feel powerful. We fill you with light and love, strength with our healing solution. Pour that into your bodies. Every bit of you, every cell can be rejuvenated and feel that strength.
So I'm just going to say that's actually a really good comment. Here we go. From Marianne. Anyone can give a blessing. Anyone can use whatever words they want to use for whatever blessing they want to use. But it's clearly evident and obvious in what Chad is doing here in concert with LoRi. They believe that their words have power. Like, pay attention to power of the words that they believe they have. I don't know how else to put it. It's like they're not saying things casually. They're placing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, he's just creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, and the words are creepy, and they're very particularly worded in this.
Him and LoRi believe their own BS. I say it. They believe it. He's
Okay,
gonna
but
there,
here,
guys, he's still gonna. I don't even know how to describe the way he talks, but as he just thinks we're just gonna believe him, I don't. You know.
well, here's the thing: is that this is very, very closely related to Mormon / LDS blessings that happen on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Melchizedek priesthood blessings, Aaronic priesthood blessings, like they give each other blessings like this all the time, and some of the phrases are very, very familiar to me, having grown up in the LDS church, and now that I'm looking back on it, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, we don't need his kind of blessings.
That's an understatement.
I don't need it in my life.
No,
I'm gonna plug my ears. Like I can't absorb this shit.
No, JJ and Tylee didn't need it. Melanie didn't need it.
No, God, no.
She absorbed it. Yeah.
His demeanor and the sound of his voice alone is pretty creepy, in my opinion.
Yeah. So that's the thing where when Mormon LDS people are giving these blessings, they try and appear very spiritual. Their voice is very calm and very rhythmic. It's a thing.
Oh, it reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when them old Southern boring preachers, and he just gets up there and he's like this, talking to you the whole time, brothers and sisters, and it's like, oh my God, I'm gonna fall asleep on my granny. You know, that it's like it's just, and he's creepy sounding. He sounds like
right,
Lucifer talking.
but they don't see it that way though. They see it as being
Yeah.
more spiritual. If you talk that way, you are more
Yeah,
spiritual.
in like that
than if you-
monotone type situation. Yeah, and like
Yes.
take me serious, like I'm a robot. You can take me seriously. No, it's weird. It's weird, Chad. It's weird, Mormon
body,
church.
every bit of you, every cell can be rejuvenated and feel that strength.
You know what it reminds
bind
me of,
your
Joe?
hearts
Sorry.
together.
Nope, go.
You know the guy that the Jeffries that ran the compound?
Jordan
Or
Jeffries, yep.
Didn't and also like at Waco when they had all the intercoms around, they would play messages to their people that sounded like that. It would be very it would come across very much just like that. You know what I mean? And that makes sense now. Just I could hear that in my head as that was playing. I was like, oh shit. That you're right. I guess it is a thing there, but it makes it. But I remember hearing that in those two cases. Crazy.
Yeah. So the next Waco, guys, write it down now. Salty predicted it. The next Waco is going to be solved by the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, playing Chad
Higgins?
J. Bell's Blessing of Melanie's.
Gosh, are you calling Higgins? Joe. I don't know. I don't know if I can make it through the rest of the show. Just tease. If you know, you know, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Love you both so much. Bless you with confidence in the Lord. You are moving forward, both of you, so well. Jesus is with us. We are being guided and instructed. Seems like such a tragedy, but that was triumphant.
Ooh, Heather Rose has a good point that speaking this way is hypnotic.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's her. That comment nailed it. Right? That was perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he just talks about Al being exalted. That makes me want to vomit. I think I may have just thrown up in my mouth a little bit right there.
I'm trying, like when he's talking, I'm trying not to let my brain listen to the words because I don't want that. I don't need this.
Right.
Whatever
No.
he's selling me, I don't need it.
His words are, "It seems like such a tragedy."
That's
What?
evil sitting right there. That the spirit got in there and he's evil. And I don't want to hear it.
Don't listen. Don't listen. Just watch the
Now
chat.
I'll scramble it when he's talking. I'll scramble.
Seems like such a tragedy, but Alan.
Seems like such a tragedy that Alex. It seems like such a tragedy that Alex died at 52 or 53 years old, whatever it was. It seems like a tragedy. Not it was a tragedy and we were heartbroken. It seems like a tragedy. So
Him
Chad,
and LoRi
did
just, they sling tragedies around all over the place, Joe, like it's nothing. Him and LoRi.
Oh my gosh.
It's a tragedy. What's a damn tragedy is you and LoRi, Chad. Y'all are the tragedy.
It's a tragedy train is what it is.
Fucking train wreck.
Seems like a tragedy.
It derailed a long time ago.
I have never heard of anybody saying about somebody that left this earth way early, it seems like a tragedy. I've never heard that before, ever in my life. And I've seen people
like one, but it may not have been. Right? Yeah, me too. That's a stupid statement for him to say. But then again, Chad Daybell.
Yeah, right. It's not the sharpest knife in the block.
No, and the people who followed him obviously weren't either.
That was triumphant, exalted. He is saying over and over, I can help you so much more now. I can believe the avenues that are now open to me to help you. Help Mel, help with the children. This is my next step of my mission to help you all from this side in a powerful, protective way. Ways that I could not even imagine. That's what he's saying.
Wait, what? So he's saying? So who's saying?
I had a truck pass by right at the end.
Yeah, this is my next step. Watch this part like gets my attention.
I have not watched this right here, Joe, in so long since God, it's been a long time since I watched this part of his trial again.
Me too.
I watched his damn trial. But
it plays a part in her upcoming trial because they were conspiring to unalive Brandon. 100% they were.
Oh yeah, he definitely was in on it. He knew all about the storage unit, and placing the tire in there, and the seat in there, and the kids' belongings in there, and their bicycles, and the blankets, and all. Oh, shut up, Chad. Fucking freak.
And one of her points that she has made legally that I actually kind of agree with is why the hell is she the only one charged in this? Like, I kind of agree with that. Just a little bit.
Maybe they don't have enough evidence to fully charge Chad, other than him going to the storage unit to help her retrieve the tire or put the tire and the seat in there. Doesn't prove he did anything. That doesn't prove he drove to Arizona. That doesn't prove he knew what Alex was going to do. All it proved is he helped her move the shit, right? So
there are text messages we're going to see in court. I would put money on that.
Between her and Chad?
Yes.
That would tie. I don't know why they wouldn't charge him then. So I would say to her.
Well, that was in Charles too.
Right.
That was in Charles's too. He
I just don't know why they didn't. Okay, so I heard.
He called the mortuary to have him.
I know.
Yeah.
But there you go. Calling the mortuary doesn't put him in direct conspiracy to kill somebody. That's just making a phone call.
It's after the fact, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think there was hard enough evidence to get a charge for him. And they knew that was going to be an uphill battle. So what they got was get LoRi, right? Get her, if nothing else. So I get that part. That's what I'm saying. I don't think there was enough strong evidence to directly tie Chad to it. Just like there was never enough freaking Melanie's. Why the hell? There's a lot of what ifs and what the hell's here. So, but if that was a question Lori asked me, why was I the only one charged? Well, we can charge your husband too. Your brother's dead. Who else are we going to charge? That'd shut her up real quick.
Yeah. So I just have to point out in this one screenshot where I paused this video.
Oh, Lord.
Is his attorney Pryor picking his nose right there?
You got him when he was probably touching his nose, Joe.
I caught it right there. Oh, Pryor was disgusting, especially when he was talking about like shedding DNA. His shedding DNA argument like almost made me want to throw up.
Oh God, yeah, thanks to him, in this case in Idaho, we've heard all about that shedding DNA in the Idaho 4 case. That's how that DNA on that sheath got there. We all just shed all that damn DNA everywhere, constantly. Ew.
Ew. Yeah.
Ew, we're all out there shedding all over one another. I got all your DNA. If I go somewhere, I got everybody's DNA on me.
Yep.
Wait, so I could not even imagine what he's saying. I will, he said. Frankly, I will. They're not. I am with you. Swearing that it was the Savior himself, and he told him it was well done. You can now move forward and continue your mission. You hardly got a break. You've got a life review, which is probably fine with him. But he is at work. He is already on the job helping us. I bless you now with physical strength, healing. Your body can feel mended and whole. Bless you emotionally. I lock down any anxiety, emotions, your anxiety.
Wait, wow. That's some weird language right there.
And who's Mel? Who's he talking to?
Yeah, he's giving a blessing to Melanie. So he's talking to her about anxiety.
Was it I didn't know that. Well, that sounds right with Melanie's. I wasn't sure if it was Melanie or Melanice, but it makes sense to be Melanice because she's a little ball of anxiety, you can tell.
Absolutely.
Your body can feel mended and whole. Bless you emotionally. I lock down any anxiety, emotions, your anxiety chain.
What is an anxiety chain? Like
some shit he made up in his group therapy sessions by Chad.
Either he made it up or he knows some very intimate details about Melanie's that she hasn't shared with
I'm sure that he does, family trauma and all of that, all the things. He chooses to call it the anxiety chain, ancestral trauma, right?
Wow. What? So
your anxiety chain, yeah. You freak.
This takes me exactly. This takes me back to all of those lay people, Mormon leaders who have no training in how to deal with people who have trauma and anxiety and emotions in their life. They have no training for it. They're just like, we'll give you a priesthood blessing and you'll be all better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
no.
God can't fix everything like that.
No.
Shows that your anxiety chain. I put it aside and lock it down. You can feel calm. This struggle. I bless you spiritually that your knowledge of the gospel and its fullness is strengthened. You know it is true. And again, I bless you to continue to just have that faith. You are a powerful man. You're on the Lord's team. I know you're struggling with your ex-wife and those kind of issues.
Wait, I
So
thought
now
this was
he's
for.
okay. So now he either moved on to somebody else, or
Yeah,
or he's
exactly.
talking about a man the whole time. I don't fucking know. Oops, sorry, I don't know. It's Chad. I don't. Ah, Chad.
This was supposed to be for Melanie's, but
I
now he's
don't.
talking about ex-wife.
He said Mel in the beginning. That's all it said was
Yeah,
MEL. And then now he's talking about as if it's a guy. So I don't know who the heck Chad's talking about. Who he's blessing here.
is it Ian? Is Ian involved in this too?
He may have
That's
rolled
Mel.
right into him afterwards, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But Ian was turning, over evidence about Brandon wearing the wire and stuff and talking. So I don't know.
I'm confused. I'm totally confused because Gigi has this labeled. Chad and LoRi give Melanie's a blessing after Alex Cox dies. So I'm confused. Melanie's doesn't have an ex-wife.
I
Is
don't
it
know.
Melanie's? Is it Melanie's and Ian? Perhaps.
Could be like a dual blessing.
Right.
You are a powerful man.
Yeah, powerful man. That's not Melanie's.
On the Lord's team. I know you're struggling with your ex-wife and those kind of issues, but the Lord is with you more than you ever believe. He's right there. In that room, there are dozens of angels who are eager for you to succeed. You will. I bless you with the ability to communicate with us more regularly. We'll figure out ways to do so. Stay in touch, strengthen each other, and bless each other.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Chat's agreeing. Yeah,
Yes.
Chat's agreeing that he's talking to both. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. Bless each other. That's both. All right. We'll back up 2 seconds. We don't need to see this too much.
Strengthen each other and bless each other. And now turn it over to Lily to add a few more words to this blessing.
Melanie, Ian, we're so grateful for you as people and as powerful warriors on our team. Our team has been dwindling.
Uh-huh.
Of all the people that we've trusted, that we can count on you to be valiant, faithful warriors. I'm so proud of you, so grateful for you, and love you so much. I've seen and know that you have great missions ahead of you. You will be in New Jerusalem with all of your children. You will be happy there. You will go from there. You will be given assignments directly from Jesus Christ. And you will go on assignment and you will go rescue lots of children. You see Melanie being in charge of how the children being brought back will be distributed and helped and loved. And she didn't think she liked that job, but she is going to love that job. It's something that she is great at, and organizing and helping and loving all those children. You will both have the opportunity to love so many children and help so many children in this lifetime. We are grateful for you being strong. It's been hard.
Is this LoRi's now? So Chad and LoRi are like alternating the blessings that they're giving to Melanie and Ian. So if this is after Alex Cox dies, and this is to Melanie Palowski and Ian, how soon after it was that? I got to know the timeline of this. Like, was it 2 weeks? Was it 4 weeks? Was it 6? I have questions.
I don't know.
It's so complicated. Like, you could have 14 pages of timelines filled out right now and still not know the answer to the question I just asked, because it's so nuts.
I endow you with power at this time to have that strength during this time of sorrow. We sorrow for ourselves because we'll miss our friend and buddy, but we do not sorrow for him, for he is powerful and glorious at this very moment and more powerful to help us in this celestial world as we move swiftly and quickly.
Wait, in this celestial world? We are not in a celestial world according to the Mormon teachings that I grew up in. This celestial world? So that would be coincident with them thinking they had lived like 25 or 30 lives before this, that this is a celestial world. But I don't know if y'all checked the news lately, but this is not a celestial world. That is a crazy statement during a LDS blessing. See that? I'm going to back up just slightly before that, but that's not, this is not a celestial world. This is not the celestial kingdom, girl.
They incorporated their beliefs into that.
Yep, right, exactly. Like, I mean, the fact that you didn't get your way in trying to file your motion to have Judge Beresky dismissed should tell you this is not the celestial kingdom. You're in a different, if you're in an afterlife in like one of your multiple afterlives, this isn't the celestial kingdom. I hate to tell you this. I hate to break the news, Lori, but I can come in. I can get my my clergy license, and I can come in and I can consult with you, and I can set you straight. But I probably don't want to do that.
Glorious at this very moment and more powerful to help us in this celestial world as we move swiftly and quickly into the terrestrial world, as we are destined on that course. The Lord is coming soon, and we are his warriors that are cleaning and purifying the earth and preparing it for his coming. He has asked us.
Whoa, purifying the earth? Might that have to do with something about getting rid of dark children and zombies and dark spouses and nieces' husbands? Is that part of your purifying the earth? I have questions. Cleaning, and we are his warriors. So this is the Jason Mao stuff. The Jason Mao. Yeah, this goes back to, harkens back to the Jason Mao stuff. And the fact that he is still teaching seminary in the LDS Church blows my mind. And I've done an episode on Jason Mao. And in my personal opinion, allegedly, he should not be teaching seminary in the LDS Church. Allegedly.
Soon. And we are his warriors that are cleaning and purifying the earth and preparing it for his coming. He has asked us to do so on this errand, and you are both a part of that number one team.
Number one
our
team.
Job, and we will do it. And he will come and rule and reign in majesty and power and might, and everything will be glorious. And there will be no more tears, and there will be no more pain. And I promise that you will be there by his side, as will we. You were destined for this. You were born for this. You have been prepared for this. Do not doubt. Do not fear. Have great.
So predestiny is a big concept in Mormon doctrine. We're predestined. We are, according to LDS Mormon doctrine, we are in the spirit world before we are assigned a body, a mortal body, to come into in the form of our earthly family. but we are predestined for greatness, and we have already decided some things in that pre-existence that aren't necessarily standard Christian philosophy, doctrine, canon, dogma, whatever you want to call it. And I'm not saying that things that are outside of standard Christian dogma are wrong and that all standard Christian dogma is right. I'm just saying the LDS Church purports to be a Christian church, but they offer dogma like the pre-existence that does not comport with that. And this blessing right here tells me that they follow that, and that eventually that led them down the path of forming their own little cult, their own little circle, their own little whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And once they formed that and they rationalized purifying the earth and purging, which is words we just heard. We just heard those words. Once they rationalized those, then all bets were off the table, and JJ and Tylee were forfeit, and Charles and Tammy were forfeit. Like you go from point A to point B to point C, and when you're in the LDS Church, point A is not that far from point C. Like, boop, boop, there they are. Unaliving kids, unaliving spouses. And they did it. And they've been charged and accused and found guilty of those crimes. So I'm not saying anything allegedly now. I'm saying this blessing right here takes me back to when I grew up in the LDS Church, in the Mormon Church, and these things that they're saying are like fringe and cringe. They're fringe cringe. I think I need a new merch thing, fringe cringe.
Fringe cringe, yeah.
Yeah, but they're not as far down the slippery slope of Mormonism, standard Mormonism, as most people might think. If you just look on the LDS Church from the outside, you think, hey, they're kind of cool. Like, they're not that far outside of standard Christianity. I mean, maybe they're kind of cult-ish, but they've changed a lot in the last 40, 50 years.
Right.
Maybe they should have.
Right. You would hope so.
All right. We're going to keep going on with this blessing, but there were some trigger words and statements and phrases in this blessing that took me back to the LDS doctrine that are not good.
Great faith and go along each day knowing that the Lord is aware of both of your situations. His hand is in it. You will send his angels, including Alex, his wonderful warrior, to clear the way that you will be reunited with the children, and it will be a glorious reunion. Do not fear and do not doubt. Call down angels to surround you at all times, legions of angels that we have in our charge that will be round about you at all times, that they may help you feel peace and comfort as you go on about your daily celestial tasks that you must do. And remember, you will be reunited, and it will be glorious, and it will be soon.
I'll seal up this blessing.
Seal up this blessing is, again, more Mormon dog whistle. Seal up this blessing is a Mormon thing. They do that in the temple all the time, and sometimes outside of the temple. Seal up this blessing. To purge.
For both of you, seal it up in him. The angels will not leave you desolate this evening. You'll feel them throughout the night and into tomorrow. Guide you at every step.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We guide you in every step? This is Chad saying to Melanie's, we guide you in every step. We, Chad and Lori, guide you in every step. Every step. Think about that.
Guide you at every step. We do this all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Oh my goodness. This is some deep stuff, guys. And Salty, you've been following this case from way before I did, like way back in the Idaho. I've only really come on board since the Arizona aspect of it. But
there are a lot.
Every time I watch it, I get deeper and deeper.
Yeah, Chad and LoRi are a lot. I've looked at all aspects of their craziness, their madness, whatever, their evil, what was making them tick, how'd they get there, what the heck were they doing, the background on Chad, the players in his life, LoRi and her background before she became what she became. It's crazy. And then finding out about their LDS teachings and learning about that along the way. Deep dove that, back in Idaho, and saw that it wasn't a stretch for me to see they were incorporating things, right? And then, over time, unpacking that, right, and learning more about what they were actually doing as we went on with the case, because we were able to hear from other, the other women involved in the testimonies and all these things. We were able to learn more and more about it. Still, we'll never explain it, right? There's never a good explanation for murder, especially a mother who allows that to happen to their children, or to even order it, or to be a part of it in any fashion. A lot of us, anybody with normalcy, cannot wrap their brain around that. And she's not the only one. But for LoRi's reasons, if you want to, there's never a good reason, don't get me wrong. Her motives were different than a lot of mothers who kill their children. Statistically, a lot of them do it for a man. He doesn't want kids in his life. I'll get more attention. They'll feel sorry for me if something happened to my kids versus me just walking out on my kids and being that shitty mom. You got those couple here and there who just, they break with their postpartum depressions and different things factor in. Joe and I talked about a case about that recently a little bit. But LoRi's reasons, right? Was it all for Chad or man? Did he tell her, I don't want these kids in my life? She's like, well, let me conjure up something. Or was it deeper? Did they believe some of this religious stuff they were out there selling? And they absolutely believe it. Don't know why, right? I don't know what got them to that level where they were legit thinking there's zombies, and do they think that was going to be a good excuse? People would buy that and it's okay to kill them, or do they really believe that stuff? I think they both believed it. 100% believed it. And it doesn't make it right. It makes it very scary, because they're not the only couple out there teaching that type stuff, right? They're just not. They're not the only cult out there. We've seen the compounds in the past of, they go in, they raid these compounds. Go look at Waco. Go look at the Jeffries case. You'll see these things unfolding in real time on TV, on American television. And we're sitting there going, what in the world are we legit watching right now? It was insane to watch. And that's, 'cause it's easy to forget this stuff exists, right? It's just easy to forget.
Right. And it's hard to understand from this aspect. So we've talked about the postpartum cases where women have a baby and then they just get in a certain mentally unstable place and they unalive their kid or kids from that type of standpoint. But this is cold and calculated and planned from day one.
Yes. Right. Mm-hmm. It's totally, it's so different, right? And I'm looking at other cases, like look at what's her name, Susan Smith, drove the babies into the lake. Well, put them in the car, strapped them in, let the car roll into the lake, and then went on national TV and cried about how some black man stole her babies because he carjacked her in the middle of the country. Okay. Yeah, we were having a slew of carjackings in this country at the time, but she was doing that at the tail end of all that. And plus, in a rural area, but she put on such a show, right? Such a show for the audience, crying. I mean, it was this whole thing about he stole her babies. The whole entire time, she had let them go into the lake, and she knew where they were the whole time. You look at Andrea, what was her last name? I can't. Andrea's the one that had the postpartum, Joe, we were talking about the other day with the 5 kids. She
That was in
drowned in the
Texas, right?
bathtub. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
She had a totally different type of case. So what was it about LoRi's, and I think a lot of the religious aspect 100% plays a part of it. It wasn't just to be with Chad and to get a bunch of money and get the kids out of the way. I think it went way deeper than that. That's just my opinion on it.
Yeah. It goes way deeper. The entire case goes way deeper. Like even Charles's case is way deeper. And the police investigation in Chandler, the police investigation in Gilbert, the police investigation in Rexburg, they're all linked. Like there are multiple witnesses from all 3 cases called in this. So we don't know what's going to happen.
I think that, they were uncovering things in Idaho that ended up benefiting the case in Arizona, like getting the windows tinted over there in Rexburg, all these things. And so there's a lot of information I think was shared between the agencies and the 2 states,
Yeah, once they figured out what was going on. But here's the thing: is Alex?
Once they figured it out.
Yeah, but Alex was involved in Chandler. I mean, he was the main murderer of Charles Vallow, but he was also in the van when Melanie's tried to take the kids in American Fork, Utah, from Brandon's parents.
From Brandon, yeah.
Yeah, Alex was sitting in the car, and the cop came over, and they had like a little casual conversation. And so maybe there wasn't enough like deep dive into that. It's hard for me to criticize police, but it's not that hard for me to criticize police.
I was about to say, right? It depends on what case we're looking at, Joe.
Right, exactly. Did I just lie on myself?
I was about to say, I can show some videos where you went slap off. Should I name names? Holman, I mean, what's Carter? No.
Holman Carter, who are those people? I don't even know those people.
There might be one or two Joe rants out there floating around on the YouTube streets.
Maybe. So I'm going to show the body cam footage from when the Gilbert police responded to Brandon Budro's Tesla being shot and him almost being shot in the head, missed by inches. And I'm going to take a little break, but I'll be right back, and we can pause on that. But that's a good time for me to take a break. And you don't have to stick around for this, Salty. I know you've seen this stuff before. I know you have. So you can stick around and comment on it too if you want to, but you don't have to if you got other things to do. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat dinner. It's been fun to jump up with you and unpack the case, getting ready because for this final trial, because I have followed her since the kids went missing, and finally to see her get all through all that in Idaho, finally get to Charles's case, and finally to Brandon's. I hope that LoRi felt well all weekend long. That way she can get up bright and early in the morning and take her tail to court, because the heck with making everybody wait, let this go, let this happen. So looking forward to it happening and then finding her guilty pretty quickly. No mishaps along the damn way, LoRi, fighting with a judge or anything. So, but yeah. I'm ready for it to be
Yeah.
over, for her to just go away. You know, we're all tired of seeing her for a while. But you know what I'm saying? We're just like, God, lady, that's enough already.
Yeah. Yep.
It's pretty bad when you have multiple murder charges, right? I mean, not all defendants, they may have one, you know, or four, like Coburg, or four at the same time. Lori's got them just stacking, you know, and like you said earlier, would there have been more in the wake, you know, if they hadn't been stopped? You know,
Yeah.
they got carried away, you know, when they decided they thought it was going to be okay to do something to the kids and not let anybody know where the kids were, and no one was ever going to question that. Like Kay was very involved in JJ's life. So did she honestly think Kay was never just going to give up and stop reaching out to her? Oh, well, LoRi just took off and Charles is gone and they shot him in self-defense. You know, LoRi is insane, you know?
Yeah.
So whatever.
You got a new
Get what
sub.
she deserves.
Hawkeye subbed up to you, so good deal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Y'all need to sub up to Salty. She's got excellent feedback. She's covering the Karen Reed trial. I'm not. So
Yeah, I got an early morning. If everything's on schedule, we have to be ready to go at 8 a.m. for trial. The Hurt courts start at 8 a.m. So, unfortunately, I was able to cover Brandon's, and it finished. Or I'm sorry, Charles' case cover. I covered Charles' trial, as you know, but it ended a day and a half before Karen's started. So that worked out. But this time, I'm still covering Karen. So I don't know. We'll look at your.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Salty, come back! Salty, come back! What happened? Salty, come back! No! I hit the wrong button. Salty, come back! Salty, come back! Hit the link. Hold on, I gotta mute out. There we go. Oh my gosh, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button.
You threw me out.
Yes,
You're like, no, get out of here.
I did. That was the portal. It wasn't my fault. That was the portal.
Yeah. So I'll be over there getting my recaps from you at night, because I won't be able to watch the trial during the day if I'm covering Karen's live. So I'll have to get my updates on Brandon in the evenings. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for jumping up with me, and thank you for all your insight in this. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Salty. All right, we're going to watch the body cam video of the Gilbert police officer that responded to Brandon's car's shooting, and then we'll talk about it. So let's get to that.
Hi there. So what's going on?
Someone shot my window out.
Okay, give me a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so I was just pulling in.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a green Jeep Wrangler.
Okay.
It's like a pukey green color. Had a Texas plate. I just moved in like a week ago, so I thought maybe it was just my neighbor.
Okay.
So as I was kind of pulling in, they lifted their like back window.
Okay.
Saw a muzzle. They shot.
Are we talking a real gun, a BB gun?
It's got to be like a BB gun or an airsoft.
Okay, so they shot. Then what happened?
It hit my window, and instead of turning in, it scared me really bad.
Okay.
I thought, I'm getting shot at, so I drove straight.
So okay.
I drove straight really fast.
Okay.
Pulled around the corner, got my phone out, called 911, sat there, drove a little further up. I watched them come around the corner.
What do you mean coming around the corner? Come around the corner where?
So I drove up there. I drove this street.
Gotcha.
Right, went a little further.
Okay.
Parked by, there's a park right there.
So he went northbound on that street.
Turned right, and I watched him turn right down here, and I knew there was only one way out of this neighborhood.
Okay.
On Pecos and Wrecker, so I told that to the dispatcher.
Okay, so he was on Wrecker. He went, but you don't know if he went onto Pecos. You just know Wrecker Road.
He didn't get on Wrecker. He stayed on this, and he came out on. He had to have gone out on Pecos because that's the only one.
Oh, he stayed in the neighborhood. He did not go out to Wrecker. I got you covered. Okay.
And I was nervous, so I was kind of waiting because I didn't want him to follow me.
So we don't know where, if he went on Pecos, left, right.
I don't. I didn't follow him anymore. I was a little uncomfortable.
Okay. 11-22, just for information on unit, left the neighborhood south toward Pecos and unknown from that location. Okay.
So it was really loud, so that's why I didn't think it was a BB gun, but it could have been maybe.
Well, let's look. So you were just pulling into the driveway. They were sitting here.
Yeah, so I was.
So were they facing then west? Because if they opened the back.
Yeah, he opened the back.
So one of the key things to note in here is that, so that's a good comment, Butterfly. It sounds like she's making light of it, but also Brandon didn't take it all that seriously. He says it may have been a BB gun, may have been an airsoft gun. So they're all kind of like downplaying it to start out with. And eventually we will see through this body cam that Brandon starts to realize that it was probably an actual firearm that was taking a shot at him. May have had a silencer type of thing on it, because when a firearm goes off, oh, hold on. Yeah, my camera's not working. All right, let's turn off the camera. Stop cam. Refocus cam. There we go. Refocus cam. We got it. We got this. No, we don't have this. Oh my gosh, this new camera is so funny. Oh yeah. Come on, buddy. Got me? Hey, we got it. We got the new camera. Technology is great when it works. And it's not when it doesn't. Yay, I'm back on camera. No, not yay. Yeah, so the main part of this is that they're both nonchalant about this experience, but then they both start realizing that it may be more serious over time. And then she calls in another officer and says, maybe we need somebody with a little more forensic expertise. Yeah, Tylee, thank you for bringing this up, Sujoy, because the conversation that I had with the person that cut my hair today did an amazing job, even though I may not pull it off. She was like, well, you know, Lori's getting so much attention. Why are you doing what you're doing? And I'm doing what I'm doing for the victims. I'm doing what I'm doing for JJ and Tylee. And one of the things that came out in the last trial, and Colby was sitting up ahead of me in the row ahead of me, like off to my left, maybe 2 or 3 seats. And it was brought to light by one of the witnesses that Tylee had a lot of things going on. She was the daughter of Lori's third husband. So Colby was the son of Lori's second husband. Colby got married out of high school, divorced. Second husband, Colby. Third husband, Tylee. And then fourth husband, Charles, and they adopted JJ. Tylee had a lot of things going on. So it's really hard to get a handle on what influenced Tylee, and I honestly would like to see more like real photos and videos of Tylee. So having Kresha on my channel on a regular basis. Hold on, let me change my screen. Having Kresha on my channel on a regular basis has brought me to an understanding and to get to know JJ on a very personal basis. She showed us video footage of him as a baby, and his eyes were so adorably the exact same as when he was on that charter bus singing that song on the charter bus. I mean, he's just so adorable and lovable. And unfortunately, Kresha wasn't as close to Tylee and doesn't have those things to present. And I would love to be able to do that. I would love for somebody to find me some video and photographs of Tylee, and we have a few, and one of them is in. Let me change my background. Like, I'm going to change my background right now. Boom. There we have JJ and Tylee and Charles. That's my background now. All right. I got to catch up with you, chat. Give me 1 second, because this is more of a, now we're like moving from less of a forensic type of investigation to a real chat. And I can't help myself. I cannot help myself. Hold on. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm in chat again. Had to take a break. Hawkeyes. All right. Maybe I should turn off that light. Maybe we should go to a softer look. LoRi, you know, that's actually a really good point. This is not showing my... I got a new haircut today, and this, like, virtual background is not working with my new haircut today. All right, so I'm going to turn off my camera for a second. I'm going to keep playing this, but just understand that I think that the overall dynamics that we're going to see in this are that both Brandon and the police officer start developing more of an awareness about how serious this attempt was. And eventually, obviously, it leads to a conspiracy to commit first-degree felony murder. And that's actually a point that we should talk about in a minute after this video. First-degree felony murder. Somebody remind me when this video is over.
And there had been two people, I think.
Okay.
They were parked right here.
Right, facing that way. Gotcha.
And so my window was like perfectly aligned because I was kind of starting to pull in.
Okay, so you didn't totally pull in yet. Okay. Okay.
You can see my window. It shattered, but it didn't go through, which means it couldn't have been a real bullet. I didn't think about that.
Oh. Whoa, hello. Is that who's? Okay, I'm like, what the heck?
Oh, wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Is this going to shut on me if I get close?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't think that's a BB gun.
1 Frank calling us, Ninja 459. It's been holding for over 2 hours.
All right.
District 6.
All right, so it looks like they shot up anything. It'd be there. All right, so you just moved in. Okay, you just moved. Okay, so was this a vacant home at the time?
Previously, yeah.
Okay.
It's a rental.
All right. So you're the owner though, right now? Or you still, you're, okay, so you're just renting it. Did the owners of the house, can I open?
Yeah.
Is this, how do you open this door? Go ahead.
Right.
Ah, look at you.
Sorry.
That's pretty sweet.
1 Frank 12, Officer Taylor.
Anyway, did the owners of the house say anything to you who was renting the house before you or anything? No. All right. Do you have any enemies? Anybody that you...
Just went through a divorce. There was some crazy stuff that happened with her aunt killed her husband, but I don't.
All right, we're going to listen to that part again. Do you have any enemies? Like anybody you? Yeah, I'm going through a divorce and blobbity blobbity blah. That's going to be pretty important and probably replayed in trial, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay, I'm not muted. Because in the first trial, the audio was off for the body-worn cameras. And I'm not sure why. But if the jury doesn't get to see or get to hear the body-worn camera audio in this case, I'm wondering if it's going to be as impactful. No, I'm not wondering. I know it's not going to be as impactful. So it has me wondering why they didn't play it in the first one and if they are going to in the second one. Because we may be listening to something right now that the jury never gets to hear, which is the audio from the body-worn camera. They didn't get to hear it in the first trial. So why not? And will we in the second one are questions that we need answered. And we will have answered on probably Tuesday or Wednesday of this trial.
I would hope that has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Did you live here in the valley before? Where'd you move from? I'm sorry?
I've lived here for 10 years.
Okay, so where'd you move from? Here in Gilbert or?
I just sold a house over on Quinn, just right by the
Okay. And no issues at work, no issues, enemies or anything?
Okay. Other than the only people that I could even think of would be that group. But,
The family, your ex-wives?
Yeah.
All right.
The only people I could think of that it could be would be my ex-wife's family group and their crazy religious offshoot Mormon cult. Okay, so here's a thought for chat. I'm going to pose a question for chat. If Chandler and Gilbert PD had taken these attempts more seriously in July and September / October of 2019 and done more thorough investigation. All right, I got to turn on camera for this because this is like a serious thought. If Chandler and Gilbert PD had taken this investigation more seriously, the investigation into Charles and this investigation of this shooting, and maybe the prosecutor been more determined to at least maybe not press charges, but maybe impanel a grand jury or something before everybody moved up to Rexburg. Would JJ and Tylee and maybe Tammy still be with us? It's just a thought. I'm not saying that I have an answer, yes or no. I'm just saying it's a thought. Like there's just so much, and I'm going to use this word, and I know that it's kind of a joke word now, but there's just so much nonchalance. They're like the way that Chandler PD investigated that case did not collect any DNA at that house. None. Hawkeyes, that's a good point. I like that. I'm going to show that because that's a good point. Melanie Gibb knew. Yeah. Hawkeyes, let me know if we want to watch that tonight, because I'm trying to do like a last trial prep video, but we're also looking at a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, Anja, good to see you. Welcome in. All right. Okay, Hawkeyes, I will pull that up. We'll watch that after this and maybe one other video. because I really feel like Charles almost predicted his own death. Like he really, maybe not almost, maybe he literally predicted his own death. And Brandon narrowly missed his. And that's what we're going to see in this trial coming up starting tomorrow. Opening statements are supposed to be tomorrow afternoon. I have no idea how court security is going to handle the lines and the waiting room and all that stuff. But I plan to have a discussion about it when I get there with them.
All right. It's kind of weird. All right, let me grab my camera and get some pictures. All right, so you were coming here. Did it look like a long rifle? Did it look like a rifle type?
Yeah, it looked like a rifle or something. Like there was a muzzle. There was like some kind of a muzzle thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they just lifted up the back.
Okay, some type of a rifle thing on that is not a BB gun. I mean, yeah, there are BB rifles, there are airsoft rifles, but the way he describes it leads me down a different path like almost immediately. But it takes them a little bit to get there. I think he gets there first before she gets there.
Back 8 shot.
Okay, so they were shooting this way. Okay, all right.
Hello, 13.25. Go ahead and 1022. 11.23. You're much closer. Go ahead and have your turn.
Hey, head over this way to the house. I want to show you something.
If you didn't know, this is the firearms expert on their police force. So she's like, I think this may not be a BB gun or an airsoft rifle. I think this may be something more serious and you should come check it out.
Yeah, I think it might be adults. But yeah, I think this might be a real gun too. Not sure. I just want to show you real quick. Right here, right in the street here on Phelps. He was heading westbound, just about to drive into his driveway. And the green Jeep was parked right here on the side, right next to his house, just west of the house, facing west. And whoever was in the back opened up the back of the Jeep Wrangler, the little door in the back, whatever you want to call it, the flip thing, and shot one. So the guy didn't make it into his driveway. It shot and it actually hit the driver's window, blew out the window. And so the guy got scared and kept driving westbound. And then as he's round the corner, that's when the Jeep Wrangler took off, kind of circled in the neighborhood, and then headed toward Pecos. Don't know where. So I'm going to take some pictures. Okay, bye. Where was the window? Where did that land? Because I'm assuming you picked that up.
It actually stayed on my door.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, when I drove around.
So when you got out of your car right now is where it lays.
Because you saw it just opens automatically. As soon as
Yeah.
it opened, the window fell off, and so
That's just weird how that opens. That would freak me out.
You don't think he was freaked out? That would freak me out. Lady, he was freaked out. Judy, maybe you should be doing a murder attempt investigation right now. Maybe. Attempted murder, shooting at somebody with firearm that you've already deduced that is probably not airsoft or BB because you're asking your firearms expert investigator to come over and check it out. Yeah, that's attempted murder. Like, boom, right off the bat. I think maybe she's still downplaying it in her mind because maybe it's a random attempt and maybe not a specific attempt, but she has already asked him twice. She has asked him twice, do you have any enemies at work? Do you have anybody that you could suspect of this? And he has said twice, yes, I'm going through a divorce, and it's her in-laws, her family's circle. Not in-laws, it's her family's circle that I suspect may be involved in this, like right off the bat. But she's like, she has almost completely ignored that aspect of his responses to her about having any potential enemies. She's totally downplaying it. I don't know how I would react as a law enforcement officer in that position, but I probably wouldn't completely ignore it. All right, here we go.
All righty. All right, so whereabouts, what were you saying? Were you about right here?
Right here.
Okay.
I saw the tailgate lift up.
Yeah.
Pointed the gun at me. Shot.
Okay, so it would have went.
I heard a loud boom.
Yeah.
My window shattered, and then I just.
Right. I'm trying to figure out trajectory.
Oh, Scott, now come on.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, there's nothing.
It's stuck in there.
You think so?
Absolutely.
He tells her where it's at. And she goes, you think so? And he says, absolutely. Just pay attention, observation. So if anybody who knows me, who has been following me for any length of time, knows that I am a huge Sherlock Holmes fan. Like, Sherlock Holmes audiobooks are what I fall asleep to every single night. Some of them are like the actual original Sir Arthur Conan Doyle stuff, and some of them are like people that have made up additional stories beyond that. And the main theme behind his investigative techniques are deductive reasoning and observation with a little bit of inductive reasoning. So you don't start at the beginning, you start at the end and you work your way back to the beginning. But inductive/deductive reasoning and the powers of observation are huge. And so many of our modern police agencies lack that simple power of observation. Like, if a witness says something to you, you don't have to give it 100% merit and believe like, oh yeah, that's a fact. What they said happened, or what that suspect looked like. But you should be considering that while you're trying to get to whatever the causes of whatever happened. Like, you shouldn't just completely ignore it and go, oh yeah, you think so? So I'm going to play that one more time because that's totally antithetical of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, Scott, now come on.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, there's nothing.
It's stuck in there.
You think so?
Absolutely.
That's what I was wondering, but I don't see. It's got to be back in here. I'm not touching. Anyway.
Who's pissed off at you? How long ago? Really? Who just killed her husband? They claim self-defense. He died at their house. Wasn't him. I think I'm involved in it.
That dude already knew. This is within minutes. So we are 9 minutes and 22 seconds into this video, and that dude already knew about Charles Vallow's case with Alex killing Charles Vallow. 9 minutes into this video. How do we get there 9 minutes in? Riddle me this, Batman. How do we know within 9 minutes that there may be some correlation to Charles Vallow's death in Chandler, and we don't bring any charges for 3 years? This is in September of 2020 or 2019. This is within weeks/months of Charles Vallow's dying. And we figure this out in 9 minutes, and we don't have charges for 3 years.
Contact at 103 Charles Lobby.
All right, so he's right about here. Okay, you guys want to go just right over here for just a sec? Let me get some pictures real quick.
Where were you on the park?
You all get my 3 in it. I'll get back to one.
All right. Now, the green you're talking about, are we talking that type of green?
Like a hunter green?
Like a pukey green.
Okay, that's kind of more of a pukey green. Are we talking a chartreuse? I know it sounds like got a gazillion colors, green.
Let me just try to find it on my nest.
Look at your nest. He's got a nest.
Oh, wow, fantastic. Do you have your, is that your car registered to you? The driver, or your registration? Okay, I'll just get all your information off of that real fast.
Here you go. Camel green.
Oh, camel green. Okay.
You're good, dude. Are they sending a detective up? This definitely.
I don't know.
Detective
Is I'm
out.
assuming.
I'm
Well,
still recording.
Oh, I am too. Scott's coming out.
Walk up. Is he?
I don't know.
I think you need to call him.
Well, I
Did you
thought
call
he
him?
was coming. Well, you just said about Scott coming out.
No, I said I would call him.
Oh,
You
well,
want
of
me to call
course.
him?
I thought he was coming out. Let's just get him on the radio and say, "Come on out." There goes a gray. Now, is it a two? I gotta find out 2-door, 4-door. But anyway, get him out here. I thought he was already on the way.
I'm gonna walk up and down these streets.
Yeah, see if we have any more
I'm gonna see.
camera.
We have interviews from him just saying, I'm going to walk up and down these streets, and him talking to neighbors. And I don't know if we want to look at those tonight, but they're enlightening. There was a neighbor that saw the Jeep seat pushed all the way up against the steering wheel. which leads us to believe that probably Alex drove down from Rexburg all by himself and laid down on the back seat, flipped up the glass back window and took a pot shot and missed, and then drove all the way back to Rexburg. There are people that believe that there was a second person that was driving for Alex. So that's interesting. Here's a good point by Lori Native Arizona Girl. The very first day, opening day of testimony, so after jury selection, but on day one of opening statements for the first trial for the 2021 case for the murder of Charles Vallow, I stood in line with somebody, or waited in the waiting area with somebody, who was wearing a bracelet that is similar to this. Hold on, I'm going to put that up. Similar to this. How do I get that on there? No, don't go away. Don't go away. There we go. He was wearing a bracelet similar to that. Mine says justice for JJ, Tylee, and Charles. His said justice for Preston Lord. Justice for Preston Lord. And that's a Gilbert Goons case. And he talked a little bit about, off the record, the insufficient, I'm going to word it this way, the insufficient police response to crime in Chandler and Gilbert and Mesa. I have had one interaction with the Mesa PD and they responded very appropriately, so I'm not going to say anything negative about them, but we see how Chandler and Gilbert reacted in these situations. And we can form an opinion, and we can all have our opinion, and I have my opinion. Just ask me, I'll tell you. All right, let's keep going with this blurry video.
Cameras. Cool, thanks.
Heather, that's actually a really good point. By the time the police had enough evidence for an arrest, Lori and Chad were in Hawaii and Alex had moved. That's a decent point. I'm not sure that I 100% agree, but they definitely did move very quickly up to Rexburg and then do the things they did up there in Rexburg and then go off to vacation in Hawaii. But I can't speak to how much time it takes to form, to impanel a grand jury, if that's what it takes, or for a prosecutor to charge somebody with something in these two cases, Charles Vallow and Brandon Budro. But the fact, it speaks volumes to me that the fact that 9 minutes into this body cam worn video, we have an officer connecting this to the shooting of Charles Vallow. Maybe they could have acted a little quicker. Maybe. I'm not saying they absolutely could have, because I don't speak in absolutes. I'm just saying maybe they could have done something to have these people under scrutiny. I mean, after this, and I have the video queued up to play, Melanie's and Alex go up to American Fork, Utah, and violate a restraining order to stay off of Brandon's parents' property because they're looking for the children, 2 of 4 of which have been deemed dark. But Alex is there in the front seat of the minivan waiting for Melanie's interaction with the police to play out however it plays out. One of the police officers comes over, and if there had been more communication, maybe American Fork officers would not have been so nonchalant with Alex. There's that word again, which they were. They absolutely were. Just a thought. I'm just expressing my thoughts and opinions, and I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I don't know what it takes to have all of these charges brought up to the next level. But 9 minutes in, folks, 9 minutes into this video that we're watching right now, one of the other officers mentions Charles Vallow's shooting by Alex Cox. So there's not a disconnect between Chandler and Gilbert. There's no disconnect there. There may be between Chandler, Gilbert, and American Fork, Chandler, Gilbert, and Rexburg, but there's not one between Chandler and Gilbert.
Are you Brandon? All right, cool. So what would you say, how many minutes before you called us did this happen?
I just called right as soon as it happened.
Okay, fantastic. Now, were you able to, because you're coming in, they're facing that way, so you're not going to be able to see. When they passed you, when you were parked, were you able to see any description of these people? Is it a guy, a girl, anything? Okay.
I was trying to make sure I had enough distance in case they shot at me.
Okay. And you said you saw, when you saw, you could see the barrel. You think it was a long rifle, not a handgun?
Yeah, and it had like some kind of like a silencer or something on it.
Okay.
That's why it's like maybe it wasn't a gun but it was so loud.
Okay.
Can I sit down?
Sure, sure. Do you have I was going to say, do you have a chair or something that we can get you?
I have some chairs. I just want to sit down.
Okay, sure, no problem at all.
It's kind of hit me, you know.
Is there anybody else here? Are you the only person that lives here? Is there anybody here that?
My kids live here with me.
Okay. No other adults? Okay, is there somebody we can call to come here to be with you?
Yeah, in a minute.
Okay, you go ahead and you take your time, whatever you need, okay? Can I get...
So she's more concerned with him and his feelings right now. Just my thoughts, my gut feeling thoughts on this video. She's more concerned about his feeling overwhelmed by being shot at than about maybe investigating. I mean, just my initial thought. That's maybe not accurate. Maybe she's speaking out of one side of her mouth and thinking out of the other side of her head, which I do sometimes. And what comes out of my mouth may be complete, utter nonsense based on the fact that something else is going on in my head. But that's my first thought. Like, you're trying to help him out, trying to like alleviate his anxiety. That's very caring. I get that.
Can I get you a bottle of water?
I got one over there. I'm fine. I just want to sit down.
Sure, no problem at all.
Here with you, buddy?
No.
Nobody else is here at the house? What do you do for a living?
I own a couple businesses.
Okay.
I know I have a lot of questions. I apologize. Is it a 2-door or 4-door Jeep Wrangler?
Looks like a 2-door.
Okay, I have to mention that based on the fact that I mentioned the fact that I thought maybe she wasn't focusing on her job. She just said, I have a lot of questions. Was it a 2-door or 4-door? And so she supposedly has a bunch of questions after that. So she is doing her job. So I will give her kudos for that. She's not completely ignoring all of the other aspects of this scene that went on.
Sure.
10-4, link 10-4.
Can I get a third one? I want to do a
Break 11, or correction, link 4.
Okay.
11, 41.
Okay. When you went, huh? Yeah, you're gonna do a canvas, yeah, and do a line search. As you went down and you got out, you turned
Disregard, just
north
17.
on that street. Okay, how far did you go down before you parked and just?
You know where there's a pool over here?
There. Okay, I'm not real far. It's been a while.
I owned the house on the other side of the street. So
Okay.
So I just pulled on the other side of the pool.
Pull the other side of the pool. Okay. All right. And then they passed you by. They
drive by. I thought, well, I'm going to go down this way, make sure they don't come back out and go out this way.
Right.
I had 911 and I told them. And
okay.
As I saw them go down that way, that's when I
pulled
back in. And then it kind of hit me what happened. Yeah, not until you.
And then it kind of hit me what happened. Like, I mean, that's something that is hard to contemplate, right? Like if somebody took a shot at you and you may have initially like downplayed it in your mind, but then you realize like a few minutes later, and we're 17 minutes into this body cam, that holy shit, somebody may have just tried to unalive me. So Charles Vallow didn't have that chance. He went back into that house in Chandler. Hold on one second. He went back into that house in Chandler that he was paying rent on to get his phone. And LoRi wouldn't give his phone back to him, which she openly admits. And then supposedly there was a thing with Tylee and the bat. And then there was Alex with the gun. And then he's dead. He didn't have time to think about it. Brandon is here today because whoever took a shot at him missed. And he was in court on Friday, and he will be in court for probably most, if not all, of these proceedings, because it's going to take like 2 weeks max. Even with this stupid, whether it's fake sick or real sick thing, it's going to be figured out pretty quickly, and we're going to get on with it. But Brandon is alive today, and Charles wasn't. So he's realizing that now in this video, like 17 minutes in, holy shit, I think somebody may have just tried to unalive me. And he mentions twice his estranged wife and her crazy aunt and their cult family. He mentions it twice. There's no way we should be 3 years before charges are brought or a grand jury is brought or they're brought in for questioning. And obviously things happened in Idaho with that too afterwards. And I think LoRi was in some type of mental evaluation facility for several months, maybe 8 months, 9 months. And then they had the actual trial itself. So maybe they couldn't, or they didn't want to press charges before that. But what if they had? What if they had? Hold on one second. We got you.
Showed me that I realized.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get some maps and stuff like that. I'm going to be making some notes, so just hang tight, okay? The GMC? Okay, got it.
Yeah, 101 here.
Joshua.
11 to all 41.
I'm going to shut off for now.
All right. So that's that one. Then we have, let me close that out. We have the Gilbert PD response to Charles when he showed up at the hotel the night that his truck wasn't at the airport and tens of thousands of dollars was missing out of his account. I think that's what this video cam is. It's definitely at the hotel, and we have a specific request for this. So yeah, Heather and Mohawk, right? We're working out the timeline. Holy cow, I'm not even on camera. I don't know how to work StreamYard. Does anybody know how to work StreamYard? I don't know how to work StreamYard. Oh no, there I am. Yeah, we're trying to work out the timeline still. In my mind, I'm trying to work out the timeline. I don't know if you all are, but Alex could have driven the Jeep down the same day and driven it back right afterwards. I don't even know Baby Shark Pokemon. I don't even know that. The timeline is critical in this, and maybe I should do some homework, but I'm so busy like actually sitting in trial and watching juror number 15 and all of the other crazy things that go on. Right, Heather Rose. That makes sense to me. Like, he's in Rexburg. He actually has an apartment in Rexburg, if I remember right. Alex does. This is Alex Cox, her brother. And he drives down, and it takes like 14 hours to Brandon's house, misses the shot, and immediately turns around and drives back in 14 hours. It's doable. And he was an over-the-road truck driver, so it's even more doable for those people. That's where my thoughts go. Like, I don't disagree with you at all on that line of thinking. But we had a request from Hawkeyes to look at the body cam footage from Gilbert PD of Charles before his death. And I'm pretty sure he predicts his death in this. And it's disturbing, the lack of follow-up that's done on this. But, you know, I have to go to StreamYard and I have to share. You know, I have to present. Yeah, Gilbert PD, January 31st, 2019. So January, February, March, April, May, June, 5.5 months before his demise.
So is she in there?
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a break from reality. She thinks you're LDS?
Yes.
She thinks she's married to Moroni in the past.
You think she's what?
We're married to Moroni at the top of the temple.
Angel LDS.
That cracks me up, because before he makes that explanation, he asks her if she's LDS. She says yes, but I think this other officer is not, because he's lost. She thinks she's married to the Angel Moroni. That's the dude, that's the golden statue on all of the LDS temples, if you didn't know. He's got that trumpet up there because he's blasting out the second coming of the Lord, which is what they were preparing for. That's what the gatherers were preparing for, the second coming. And that's what that trumpet's for. And that's what Angel Moroni is related to, as the second coming. That's why he has a trumpet, to warn all of us that the second coming is coming.
They don't let me in there.
Probation, and she knows when the second coming is happening.
All right. I got to stop again. The other officer goes, they don't let me in there. I'm sorry. I find that funny because it's not, but it kind of is.
It's happening next year, so does the prophet. He knows it. She knows about it. She meets with Moroni, Jesus Christ, face to face in the temple.
This part's not funny.
I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it. I'm out there with my priesthood, with my power. She does priesthood blessing. She does.
So who's Nick Schneider? Okay.
That's who I'm supposed to do.
You're Ned Schneider.
He's not at church. He's not.
Hold on. She's asking Ned Schneider who Ned Schneider is. Lady, you're LDS. Don't you recognize who Ned Schneider is? No, because LDS teachings don't go down that path. They don't do that. That's why she doesn't recognize that. Who's Ned Schneider? She's talking to Ned Schneider, according to LoRi, but she doesn't recognize it? Is she not exalted? This police officer is not exalted. How is her testimony in this body cam not completely thrown out?
She took my truck from the airport. So thanks, she took my truck from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I had to buy another ticket, took them home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he's safe at school somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
For now. If she knows I'm here, she's going to go get me.
Okay. What is she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots. Okay. All right.
Do you have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay.
The pen. There it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She said she took $35,000 in cash out of that account yesterday. Sent me payroll. I mean, I just never thought she would do anything like this. But she's just lost the touch with reality. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now? Her
right here with me.
iPhones.
The phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how do you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a set of keys and left. It's my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. So I think she's here. They were going to give me a key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in there.
We can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. Now, we can't. Now, you guys are married, so there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We are just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way, because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here. They have the paperwork. So if she is here, we knock on the door. She's here. That's why we need the paperwork in hand. Okay, so we can take her. So
tell me again real quick. What's her first name? Lori. And tell me again about the vehicle. It's a black Infinity QX80. And try that license plate again.
KDM 62. It's KDM something.
KDM 62, 63,
Something like
67.
this. Handicap plate.
Handicap. Yes. Is it registered to you?
Yes.
Spell your last name again.
V. Victor, A-L-L-O-W.
Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir.
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
Well, then she had a second set of car keys, so she was able to leave the school. That's why Team 1 wasn't able to get a hold of her. So we're not sure if she's here or not. He's thinking that he would be able to get in the room, and I said that's up to you, and that's up to the hotel. That's not what we do. So I told him that we're waiting for you with the paperwork, and that's what we've got going on right now. He thinks she's still staying here just for the reason is that he was able to grab that key out of her purse in the car at that school in Central area, wherever that school was. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you just what she's saying and the reason the 909 came out. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna, how about we all meet back at the car? We are on the north side of that home 2, which is just west of this building. It's the building west. It's the other hotel. We'll all meet right there. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Bye. Okay, so if his truck is gone, how did he get here?
I have no idea. He didn't tell me that. By the way, I have that tour at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll go. We're gonna.
Oh, good Lord. You got to go hit that tour, dude. You can't miss your tour. you can't help out and okay, so I get this part. I get the part that domestic situations happen all the time, and this appears to be that. But the next video we're going to watch, thanks to Hawkeye's suggestion, is it's more than that. So I've got that tour at 10 o'clock. I have mixed feelings about that, because if there's a legitimate investigation, and by the way, dude, Mr. Police Officer, this guy that's involved in this is unalived in a couple of months, well, a few months after this. And I'm not like assigning guilt or blame in any way, shape, or form. They have to investigate how they have to investigate. They have thousands and thousands and thousands of calls, and they have thousands of domestic situations. So I don't blame him for that. But the fact that he mentioned that he has a tour to go to, I'm like, dude, really? A tour? What are you giving a tour of? The jail, the police department? If it's like a high school tour or an elementary school tour, and you can influence some kids to be good, responsible law enforcement officers, then I'm down with that. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not assigning blame or guilt to him in any way, but tour, the word tour just cracked me up. Especially knowing after the fact, many months after the fact, that this person that's involved in this claim ended up unalived by his wife's brother. All right.
He wants a sidebar before we do it. Where did he go?
He went back in to find out whether or not they'll give him permission to enter into that room.
Tell him I don't want him going into that.
He's not going to the room. He's just,
Let's go back over to our cars. They'll be here in just a minute or two. And he wants we need to do a powwow.
Okay.
So
let me just, I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to tell him, because he's gone to the lobby. I just want him to know he needs to wait around here so we can find him.
The biggest thing, okay, so she wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. That's not as bad as the UFO thing. Yeah.
I've got to replay that, because I'm going to put that on like a t-shirt or something, which is all fine and dandy. Something about Moroni, all fine and dandy.
That's not as bad as the UFO thing. Yeah. I'm going to go off.
Me too.
No.
Fine and dandy.
No, back out more.
Because he's gone to the lobby. I just want him to know he needs to wait around here so we can find him.
The biggest thing, okay, so she wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and
She wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. Like, I'm totally putting that on a shirt or a mug or something. She wants to marry Moroni, which is all great, fantastic, fine and dandy. All right. So the next case the next video is when Charles comes back to his house. And this is the one, I think, which is closer to his demise, to his unaliving, when she had taken his truck. But they said he didn't have his truck here. So, all right, my timeline's all messed up. Somebody can straighten me out. But he was definitely more concerned later on. No, this isn't it. That's not the video. We're going to stop that, and we're going to find the right video. Here we go. She lost her mind. This is a body cam video with Gilbert Police Department, Gilbert PD. And this is at the house when he comes back. So I think we get audio and clear video in a little bit. I hope we do. If not, we're screwed. There we go. All right. Yeah, this is at the house.
Tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
So let's see. Mohawk Mom, you are correct. So this is another January video. So he was unalived on July 11th of 2019, and this is January 31st of 2019. So January, February, March, April, May, June, 5 months and a couple of weeks, five and a half months before he was unalived. is when this video takes place. Pay attention to his words, because I remember how impactful his words were to me.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. Okay.
How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
But she's lost her mind. I don't know how to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a
No, exalted.
God, and remember the 144,000. She's come. Jesus.
Exalted, Charles, get it right. She thinks she's an exalted being. And I'm making light of something that's not funny. But it just, and the reason I'm doing that is because it lends itself to how crazy and wacky her beliefs are. Like somebody, so Charles was not initially LDS. And I'm pretty sure when he met LoRi, he was not LDS. And he joined the Mormon church to placate her, to be able to marry her. So these are words that are coming from somebody who's not deeply indoctrinated in the Mormon church. And so they give us all a base level of what is wacky and what is not. And he's having trouble citing the words that she cited, but she didn't have trouble citing them because she grew up in the Mormon church. And then she and Chad went off the rails from the Mormon church doctrine. But those like dog whistle phrases he's having trouble with, and that's understandable. And it's also really sad. And the fact that she manipulated him into getting married, she manipulated him into adopting JJ. She manipulated him into paying for a house for her to live in Chandler so she could invite Chad Daybell down. I just had to refrain from swearing. It was really, really tempting. It's just so disgusting, but I can see through it a little more because of my background being raised in the Mormon church, that he's having trouble explaining the dog whistle phrases that she was using to rationalize her ridiculous behavior.
Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck is gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So
where's your truck?
I don't know. Okay. A friend of mine's truck picked me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. File a report.
So you did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered a pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
She threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
how did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed." That's what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was
What? Did you just hear what this officer blew off his concerns with? Charles says, she threatened to kill me, and my bishop is right there, and he will confirm that she did. And the police officer says, well, exactly how did she do that? She threatened to destroy me. And the police officer says, well, that's not a threat to kill you. People. Gilbert PD, I got questions for you. I got questions. I would love to have an interview with this officer or any other Gilbert PD officer. I'm going to play that one more time so you can hear it for yourselves. I will destroy you is not a threat to murder you.
There was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay, she said, I can murder you now with my powers? Oh. Oh my gosh. Hawkeyes, thank you for suggesting this video because I forgot about this madness. This is insanity. We're backing up even more. I can't even keep up.
When did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
Threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
how did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed." Is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me.
Okay. What did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God. Don't you think she wants to say that to Judge Beresky? I can murder you now with my powers. I'm giving you the stink eye. If Charles said that, then she said that to him. I can murder you now with my powers. I does anybody have any way that they can like bring that into our world? Because that's not in my world. I don't even know how to reconcile that.
So she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She lost her reality.
Is this just all recent?
Have you ever heard a police officer say, so she's not speaking as a spiritual being? Have you ever heard a police officer say that? So she's not speaking as a spiritual being. This police officer is LDS. I'm telling you right now. Like, I will go find out his information. I don't need to know because he's LDS. So she was speaking to you as a spiritual being. That's not an excuse for anything, let alone saying I can murder you because I have powers. This is like the next level.
Recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ. And they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." I don't know where she gets this name from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm not LDS.
It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
No, dude, no. Okay, no. Then why did you ask? So maybe he's had interactions with LDS in the past. Why on earth would he ask? Is she asking as a spiritual being? That's like only somebody that has an insight into Mormon lingo would know to ask that. So he asked that like a minute and a half ago. And now he says, I'm not LDS. So I don't know about all this lingo. Why did he ask what he asked like a minute and a half ago?
She's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen my.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
Young. He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
We do.
Okay. If she doesn't answer, what do we do?
If she doesn't answer, we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My lease. I paid the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
So
I'm gonna
no,
go get
no
one
police
from her
reports?
tomorrow. No, nothing.
Okay. So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars are. The garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I
haven't
know.
been up there yet.
I know.
She
But what I'm
said
hold on.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, do you normally park two vehicles in the garage, inside the garage?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a possibility that her car and your truck are inside there?
I don't think she could fit my truck in her car at the same time. She may put them somewhere else. She said to me, all your stuff is gone. Charles' stuff is gone. You're not Charles, your stuff is gone. I don't know what that
And
means.
how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday. Like last night or yesterday morning? Or?
About landed in Houston Tuesday about 10.
Okay. Why did you leave?
Business trip in Houston.
Okay. And when did you leave?
Tuesday morning about 5 a.m.
Okay. Tuesday. All right. Wow. It's
Wednesday night.
So you left yesterday?
Yeah.
You left yesterday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Flew to Houston. Flew back today?
Tonight.
Tonight.
She canceled my flight. She came to the airport, took my truck.
Did she tell you that?
No, she knows the code. She knows where it's parked. She went.
Did she go with you to the airport?
No, but I go to the airport. I fly 45 round trips a year. She knows where I park. I've got handicap plates because JJ's handicapped.
Uh-huh. Did you file a stolen
No,
vehicle report with Phoenix?
I know she took it.
How do you know? You suspect?
I suspect. Okay. I suspect.
All right.
I know your term. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but
without concrete evidence, we can't say.
I
For
suspect.
sure. Okay.
And she has the keys, the code. It's a Ford. The code, door code.
Door code.
And I just want to see my boys okay. And she's got a pickup order. I need to go. She needs to go, and I'm gonna take my stuff.
So you normally live here?
Yeah, oh yeah, I live here. Okay. Yeah, all my stuff's in my house.
Okay.
We got a service dog in there, beautiful dog. My daughter's in the front window right there.
So let me ask you this: when you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
Because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone. Okay. I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it with what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone today. I thought it was best to have her. She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
45.
45.
Beautiful
So,
woman,
if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
Oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just.
She'll probably tell me I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
I'm sure she'll have a rational conversation with you. And then the cop says, I'm sure she'll tell me I'm crazy. He knows. He's dealt with, like, maybe not LoRi level of LoRi's before, but he's dealt with like sub LoRi levels of LoRi before. Or not. That's not saying anything about women. That's just like any level of not being on the same page.
You're a dark spirit. That's what she's going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's with me. He's our bishop. He's going to be a dark spirit. Whatever that means. You're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medication?
No. She won't do medication.
Has she been to a doctor?
She won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out she's translated. She cannot be killed. She cannot die.
She won't go to a doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out that she's translated. Do doctors have a test for that? Does the jail doctor or nurse have like a rapid test for translated being? Oh my gosh. Does the jail doctor have a rapid test for translated being? I need to know that. I need to know.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay. And she's been telling you that?
Yes, and Gabe too.
Okay.
He heard this, not just me. This isn't coming. I love her to death. This is killing me, officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Our 13th anniversary next month. We've been at a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month it just blew up.
Mm-hmm.
She just lost connection.
Okay. So as for, so you, has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Come take them.
Okay, but she didn't make a direct threat towards the kids.
No, not a direct threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual.
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you.
And
she's talking in a
I
spirit.
will kill you.
Spiritual.
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay. So she at this point doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Nick Schneider.
Who's Nick Schneider?
Ned.
No idea.
Okay. Ned.
I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me. Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, but this happens. It just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help, and I'll go to bed. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I got to take my son.
And you just didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and my. I suspect she took my car and my keys. I had no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
No garage door opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank account today. I can't make payroll Friday for my company.
Wow. She took his truck. She took his remote control to the garage, which was probably in the truck, and she took $35,000 out of their joint bank account on January 31st. And then, so you remember this from the first trial? She disappeared for like 67 days. She completely disappeared. She was gone. She was not in their lives at all. And that's when he filed for divorce. And she avoided being served papers for the divorce. So when they got to court, she could say, we weren't going through a divorce. That was in the last trial. Those facts, not opinions, not my opinions. Those facts were in the last trial.
It's she changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
So, what's your first name again? Charles. Charles lives here with his wife and 2 children. Charles was away on business.
Third nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He's been staying with us.
Have you tried to call him?
Yeah, he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you back? Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know. It's valid.
All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact.
If he wants to let us in, we're doing a 670 check. I don't know how to get in. I can have to break the window. I can try to.
Where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
My wallet in it, so.
Right. So, all right. Is this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there.
On the side of the road. Oh, where those palm trees are?
And I can try the key code on the garage. I don't know if they changed it or not. I think I know the code. We just moved up January 1st. And Gabe Bonilla here lives right down the corner. He will tell you if you were on the phone with her today with me. I passed you in and she said all that stuff.
Does she have any weapons inside the house?
Yes, she does.
She does?
Rifle.
Does she know how to use
I
it?
don't know if she knows how to use it.
Is it?
You have to have star power.
She changed the code. You see that? She changed the code so he can't get in.
System.
No.
Yep. LoRi changed it before she took his truck and his $35,000. Oh no, it opened up. It worked. Holy cow.
I don't know where my kids are. They're all gone.
Is there anything in her place in here, like she might have taken off somewhere?
All 4 cars are gone.
Oh, you have 4 cars.
Yeah. My daughter has one. Zach, our nephew, has one. I have my truck, and she has an Infinity.
Okay.
I don't know where my son is.
Who's the oldest?
You have the right to force entry, so.
Who's the oldest child?
Tyler, I have 3 in college, so they're gone.
Who lives here? That's the
Tyler is
oldest.
16. Zach is 19. He's our nephew. He's living here.
Okay. And you tried calling him?
Yes.
Why won't he answer?
I don't know. He won't answer. She's got him in Buffalo too. I don't know what she told him.
Okay. And then
There's back doors, but they're locked up. How's the door?
You already checked them?
Yeah. Well, I'm done. If there's a key to the, I gotta adjust this gate to get out of the pool, to go to the back door. I don't know what I do, drop out a stolen car report of my truck.
yeah, you'll have to call. It was at Sky Harbor, right? You'll have to call Phoenix Police, and they'll get all your information. You don't have a hidden key,
No, it's in the house.
so it's not hidden.
JJ can open it, but we have to keep those locks really.
Understand.
He's a runner.
So the dog is gone too?
Obviously, he'd be barking. He doesn't bark much. He's a service dog. Very well trained, but he would be barking. They wouldn't leave him here. He's a part of the family. So I'm gonna go try the back door. I may break the window. Is that okay?
That's up to you if you want to break the window. If I was going to break something, I'd probably break your garage door. Because you can still secure your garage, but your window's broken.
Just check the windows, and if it's not locked, come back. Or if it's locked, come back.
Just so I open that door.
That would be my suggestion is if you're going to break something, break that door because you can still lock your garage.
You want to check your front door, make sure it's not unlocked?
If that gate is locked, I would go and trust me. I know. It's there. So there's just a big deadbolt here.
All right. Well,
kick it in.
Swift kick will do it.
I'll do a mule kick. Try that first. You got to get closer to the.
It's not easy to look on TV, is it?
Oh, at least the deadbolt worked.
Gay, come on over. Draw one up. In there. Anybody in there?
An empty bed.
Yeah. Kids, you travel and I'll skip my stuff out. I'll figure out a way to get in.
You don't have a dog door? You have a dog door?
She's taking my son. If he's not at school tomorrow, I'll report that. I have no choice. He's centrally, I don't know what she's done. Nobody will call me.
You have any tools?
You're welcome to.
Normally we don't, because we get hurt, but you want to try it?
How about it?
You're almost got it.
You want us to enter the home, right?
Yes, please.
Door, please. Anybody in the house?
Okay.
Police department.
Here, just hang tight right there.
What's that?
Just hang tight right here.
There's a bunch of empty shelving.
What happens with
Okay.
JJ's bedroom?
Hold on.
You know he's not here.
Wait, what did we just hear about JJ's bedroom? So it makes me cognizant of the fact that JJ was a part in all of this, all of the nastiness between Charles and LoRi and Melanie and Zulema and Tammy. But JJ and Tylee got wrapped up in all of this through no fault of their own. So why were Tylee and JJ brought into this? So you need to go check out some of the lives that Kresha and I have done. Kresha Easton, the niece of Charles Vallow, and I have done some lives on ritualistic abuse in the Mormon Church And she very strongly believes, and I have no reason to doubt at this point in time, that JJ and Tylee were a part of that ritualistic abuse. So when you hear words like this on a police body cam, it makes you aware of that other element that most people are going to just out of their natural brain just say, that's crazy talk. You can't talk ritualistic abuse, ritualistic sacrifices in a mainstream religion. Oh no. I raised my hand and my camera said, you can't do that. That's okay. We'll get there. We're going to keep playing this, but I just wanted to say that I recognized trigger words in this police body cam footage with Charles Vallow.
Here, just hang tight right there.
What's that?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right here.
Empty shelving.
What happens with
Okay.
JJ's bedroom?
Hold on.
You know he's not here.
Pictures are off the wall.
Is this room clear? Does it go through?
It just goes through right and go in there though.
And for those of you who don't understand why this is blurred out, it's because it's showing confidential information that has to be redacted. So they have to blur it out when they show it to us. That's why it's blurred out. I swear it's not my fault this time. It'll probably be my fault next time and the time after that, but it's not my fault this time that it's blurry.
Oh. All clear.
Oh my God. I can't do. What have I done?
Is that house key?
think there might be a house down here? Yeah. All right. That's that one. I think most of us go into a mode when we think about this trial about where does Melanie's fit into this. So I think it's appropriate, and you can hang with us as long as you want to hang with us. And it's 7:36 p.m. in Arizona, and I have to get up early and go to court, but I can still show a couple of more interesting videos related to this case. Melanie Budro, who she was when the shooting happened, and Melanie Palowski, who she was after the shooting happened, are interesting videos to watch. But Melanie did end up getting arrested in Utah, so I kind of like to watch those videos. I've done it before, like a couple of weeks ago, but let's watch Melanie Palowski getting arrested in American Fork, Utah, for trying to badger her estranged in-laws into giving up the location of her children and their grandchildren and Brandon's children. If you want to see something else, you can put it in the comments and I will show it. But this seems to me to be a relevant video in this case because Melanie Palowski was absolutely involved in their estranged relationship and custody dispute, if you will. Here we go. Part one, we'll do part one, and then we'll do part two. No video, no audio. There we go. So that's her, and that's the police officer. And this police officer actually has an understanding of the history of this. So that's why it's a good video.
Officers, I have a legal mediation agreement. My kids have been held out of state. You were also criminally trespassed over the
Boom, right off the bat in this video, I have a legal mediation agreement, and the police officer says, you have been legally trespassed off of this property. So how do you think this is going to go down? Like, if you are LoRi level of narcissist, you believe you can talk your way into this going your way. And I think Melanie kind of like goes that direction. Like she's trying to talk the police officers into going her way of thinking in this matter. And we'll see if it goes well.
I asked an officer to come here last night to do a check-in because I'm worried they're in danger.
But you came over here after being told that you were criminally trespassed.
But I have an agreement saying that
from this residence, correct?
But my order says that it's my time with my kids. They're supposed to be in Arizona. My husband's kept them out of school for
from this location.
I just need my kids, and you're welcome to look at this order. They've been out of state, out of school, and my husband's lied to everybody. I'm sure he lied to the cop last night. So this is my
We've
order.
been in contact with.
Do you have a victim's advocate I can speak to in the police department, please?
Okay.
So, where'd you get this order?
Victim's advocate. Who was presented to LoRi as an option for somebody to speak to in law enforcement after Charles was murdered? Was it a victim's advocate? It was. So crazy that just like out of the blue, this comes down in this case, like in this body-worn cam footage. Do you have a victim's advocate that I can speak to?
This order from?
So this is our mediation order.
Okay.
I also have another copy of the original copy of the court. This is my time with the kids. My husband's been hiding with them over a month out of state.
Yeah, we talked to you the other day, right?
Yeah. So
And
I
we
asked
told
for
you-
somebody to come in and check in on them to just make sure they're safe because my husband will, or my ex-husband will not talk to me.
So we told you they were safe yesterday, right, on the phone?
We said that
we saw
on the phone,
the
but
kids.
they are supposed to be.
We told you yesterday that they were safe, and now you're coming back the very next day with papers from another state that don't have jurisdiction in our state where we are right now in Utah. So this officer is familiar with the situation.
To be in my custody right now. Yeah, they are. There's no.
Okay, hey, right now we're working through something else, okay?
So
if you just want to
he's
step
lied
inside,
to
we'll come
everyone
talk
saying
to
he
you in a
has.
moment, okay?
He said he's had a protection order against them, and there was nothing. I've never been served with anything. He's lied to everybody, and he kind of does this. So.
What were you wanting to happen tonight? Coming over here, were you going to try to take the kids away from them, or what's going on?
No, I'm not taking. I'm just trying to show that I was going to bring this copy to them and say this is my time with the kids.
Okay.
He's had them out of state, and he's been lying. Everyone's protecting them. Like, I know they're nice. My in-laws are nice people, but they've been lied to, saying that there's a protection order in place.
My in-laws are nice people, but they've been lied to. Do you really believe that, LoRi? Oh, I'm sorry, Melanie's. Yeah, her level of narcissism is like muted for me. Like I don't see the it's all about me thing, but it's kind of all about me. Like she's dealing with an officer that just talked to her last night and just confirmed that her kids are fine. And she's coming back and trying to leverage some type of legal order. And if I remember right, this legal order isn't even signed, but I don't know if it is or if it's not. But if it is signed, it's signed out of Arizona, so it doesn't have jurisdiction in Utah. But you know what? If I were a mom and I were worried about my kids, I would probably take an unsigned court order and try and get them back. Like for real, like if that's a real thing. But I think we will find out through the course of this video that it may not be a real thing. Like it wouldn't be like me and you, like I'm fighting for my kids type of thing. Probably, maybe.
My kids are. I'm worried they're in danger because my husband's been doing a lot of things that cause me to worry. He says he was shot at a month ago, and then he went into hiding, and no one in Arizona has seen him for weeks for my children, and he kept them out for over a month with truant absences. I asked an officer to just come over here last night to just make sure they're safe, and he said, I can't do a welfare check or a wellness check.
So did
for
you not
some
hear
reason.
me when I was talking? We were talking to you on the phone the other day, and said we came here because you were here,
We came here, we checked on the kids, they
Are
were
you talking about
okay.
yesterday or
Yeah.
the day before?
Day before. The day
I
before.
heard and I had to call in because I didn't know if that was. I just heard something on speaker. I didn't hear everything. I heard that it wasn't super clear, and so I called in the next day and I said, "Can you? Because I don't want to have to go over there again. Can you send an officer to come check in?"
Came over here anyways when we told you that you
Well,
were
I have
trespassing. It
I
doesn't
have
matter,
a legal.
right?
Well, my children are inside and they're
understand that,
probably in
right?
danger.
They're probably in danger. You know that for sure. Like,
Well, I know what my ex is capable of, and he has a lot of evil people working with him. So I just wanted to make sure my kids were safe last night, and the officer.
So do
can
you
that.
think
So I
this
need to
was
speak
the
to a
right?
victim's advocate.
Okay,
if you can-
but you were trespassed, correct? You remember that? Remember that on the phone?
I asked you if you understood. You stated you did. So.
Okay.
So you understand you're trespassed, right?
Yes, but I believe with my order, I can come and just get my. I'm
Nope.
not going in.
Nope.
I'm not going into the house.
Nope.
I'm just.
You're trespassed from the property. You being on the lawn right now is a violation.
What, Pokemon? What? I was muted. I said so many things that were so relevant and so insightful, and you all missed them because I muted myself. I can't believe I did that. So what I was saying was, she was told the night before that her kids were safe and were fine, and she comes back the very next night to do this, whatever she's trying to pull off here. And it might appear to some people to be manipulative, and I can't believe she would ever learn that behavior from her aunt or just inherit it like genetically. Pokemon keeping me on the straight and narrow, which is also, by the way, a Mormon dog whistle, straight and narrow, the straight and narrow path. Here we go. Right back to it.
It's a violation of that trespass.
Well, I can get off.
Well, it doesn't
Just-
really matter
no.
now.
I'm not trying to barge into their house and try and take my. I'm just trying to be peacefully, trying to do what's right and what's in my order.
Is this the order from Arizona?
Yes,
when
it
you were
is.
in there?
They're illegally out of state right now. Like he's keeping them out of school for over a month. I've been searching for them. I don't know what else to do. I asked someone to just come over and see if they're safe last night, and Carlson probably scared them off, saying there's a protection order, and there's no protection order. We can go and look everything up right now.
Okay.
I haven't seen or talked to my kids. I have a 2-year-old, 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and they haven't seen their mom for over. And my husband's been doing drugs, and he's.
Oh my gosh. Holy crap. This is definitely totally LoRi. This is totally LoRi bullshit. I'll just go there. I'll just say that. I have 4 kids and they're totally 2 and 4 and 6 and 9 years old, and my husband's been doing drugs for real? Are you going to say he's gay now? Because you did say that, and your defense team echoed that, and your defense team got slapped with a $12 million lawsuit, lady. So tell me again how your husband has been doing drugs. Tell us again. And one of the basic psychological questions that we all have is nature versus nurture. So is this a learned behavior from her aunt, or is it something that she is genetically predispositioned for? or is it a combination of both? And I go towards option C, just personally, but I'm not an expert in any way. But come on, lady. I'm going to back up just like 5 seconds just to hear that again.
And Carlson probably scared him off, saying there's a protection order, and there's no protection order. We can go and look everything up right now.
Okay.
I haven't seen or talked to my kids. I have a 2-year-old, 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and they haven't seen their mom for over. And my husband's been doing drugs, and he's.
Well, this is probably not the best way to go about it, right? To come here and try to.
I tried asking if an officer could just make sure they're safe.
And we told you,
but
I
was
safe,
told
right?
I have a mediation. I have this court order saying it's my time with the kids. If I know where they're at, I can go and get them.
No, so you can't come over here and forcefully take them.
Not forcefully. I'm
and
just
we
knocking,
can't come
saying
over here and
I'm
forcefully
just going to get them in order because I know
right?
they've been lied to, saying there's a protection.
That's something that you're going to have to take up with the courts, right? Like we told you the other day. You're going to have to go to
I don't know if they're safe, and I feel like they're in danger.
We can go in there and check and see if they're safe. And then we can come back here and we can tell you they're safe. Stop talking. Stop talking, okay? We can go in there, check if they're safe, but we already trespassed you from this property saying you can't come back here. And what you do, you came back here. And it doesn't matter if you got this piece of paper. We told you not to come back here, and you come back here and you're upsetting everybody, and now it's just a whole freaking problem. So your whole thing is here is you want to come here and check if they're safe? You want a welfare check on them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Well, and it's my time.
Yeah, so that's another problem, right? So this is a whole civil problem. This is a whole court thing, okay? Because even if you do come here with these papers and say, yep, it's my time, they're not giving them back to me, then the only thing you got to do is go to the courts and you got to say, hey, listen, if these are signed by a judge down there in the court or whatever, he can say, you know what, this is your time. Let's get this back in court. Let's have him come back to court. Let's do this. Then we can give you a report number, and we can stop talking. Stop talking. Okay, I'm explaining some things. Are you understanding?
This is so much like Judge Beresky. Are you done? That I love it. She's LoRi in a nutshell, and he is a pretty good imitation of Judge Beresky. Are you done? Like, I love this officer and his response to her, and he actually like tries to diffuse the situation a lot like Judge Beresky does. He tries to diffuse it, and she's not having it. So he tries again, and then she irritates him, and so he gets irritated. This is very, very much like the interaction of the last hearing between LoRi and Judge Beresky. I see it so clearly, and I may be crazy. I am. I'm crazy, but I love it.
This is a whole civil problem. This is a whole court thing, okay? Because even if you do come here with these papers and say, yep, it's my time, they're not giving them back to me, then the only thing you got to do is go to the courts and you got to say, hey, listen, if these are signed by a judge down there in the court or whatever, he can say, you know what, this is your time. Let's get this back in court. Let's have him come back to court. Let's do this. Then we can give you a report number, and we can stop talking. Stop talking. Okay, I'm explaining some things. Okay. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
I am, sir.
So this isn't the best way to go about things.
Yes, sir.
You can bring up everything to the judge. You think he's doing drugs and that he's been getting shot at and that it's not a safe environment for your kids. But what you can't do is come to a place where you've been trespassed.
Yes, sir. I just thought with my order, then I can just, it's okay. Thank you.
So now there's a bigger problem here because we trespassed you and you weren't supposed to be on here and you're causing alarm to them and everything like that. Who's your judge down there? You don't know your judge? Who signed your papers? Where'd you even get these papers from?
They were mailed to me.
You live in Arizona?
Yes, sir.
Was this done in mediation or in court? Because I don't see anything.
It's a court ordered. So
I don't see anything signed by a
That's
judge.
what I was looking
I
at.
have the copy with more signatures if you need to see that. This was just for them. I was just bringing them to them because I know they've been
This is a mediated settlement agreement, not a court order.
Yes, the court mediation was.
Well, if it was done through mediation, it's not through the court. That just means that you guys sat down with the mediator, you agreed on something. This is not something that's been enforced by a judge.
It has, sir. I have the paperwork in the car.
So you guys went to court, you
Yes,
sat
sir.
there with the judge,
Yes,
made
sir.
a determination.
Let's grab that real quick so I can
Yes,
see what
absolutely,
kind of
sir.
judge that
And
is.
I have yeah. Sir, for him to check, like with a picture or something, just to make sure it is that.
What, you don't believe us that we can go in there and check their well-being, or what?
No, sir.
Dang it. Mom. She just said, while I was muted, she is going to bring forth a court order signed by a judge. How many of you actually believe that will be a thing, that she will bring forth a court order signed by a judge in front of her in-laws' place where her kids supposedly are? Pokemon. I did it again. I didn't almost did it again. I did it again, but Mohawk Mom saved my butt. Yep, I got there. This time.
They have tons of cousins over probably, and I just want to make sure that it's my kid.
We'll make sure. We're not here to lie to you or just make sure that your kids are not being
No,
taken
sir,
care of. That's a huge deal to us,
I
right?
don't think you would like me. I just want to make sure,
Kids
like, you
are,
don't know a
yeah,
dude like this.
Utah kids are a big deal, so like we take that pretty seriously. So we're looking to check out the well-being. We're going to do that. We're not just going to tell you that. That's not behind the truck. Is there anybody with you? What's his name?
Alex Cox.
Well, someone's gonna be.
This is the police camera muted, not me. Not this time.
Are you guys still married? When was it finalized?
I didn't have any copies, so he can't hide the kids.
Okay. Have you been back to the court since he's left the state of Arizona?
I would love to speak to a victim about the kid because I'm not safe.
36 code 4.
I'm not, and so I've just been looking for them. I don't know how to do it. I thought, like, it says in here to not go straight to filing court since there's a process that you're both agreed to go by. We're supposed to contact each other first, and who hasn't been contacted.
You guys haven't been doing that thing.
So there's a whole order. So I was just trying to do things the right way. I don't want all this drama and just he's trying to file something, what I heard. I don't know. Because I couldn't be at my house. I didn't feel safe. I haven't followed. I've tried to do the best I can. It's going about this. I don't know. I've never done this before. Like, I don't.
Okay, so the proper thing to go about this is, when all things else are failing, what you got to do is go to the court. You got to see a judge. You got to do the whole court stuff.
Yeah, but no, it's a long process. Like I've already, he's been hiding with them for a month. How do I?
All this stuff, and the next step is to go to court and do all that stuff, right?
I couldn't safely do that, and so
you can't safely go to court.
No, I couldn't safely go to.
Hello. Just had a question. Were you guys looking at my car as well?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, okay.
You can keep on going, man. You're good.
I mean, you guys can go in and make sure they're safe tonight, and I don't know what he's gonna do tomorrow. I don't know if he's gonna go run away with the kids somewhere, and if they're in danger. So I don't know if I have this and it says it's my time of business. Like, how do
Actually,
I?
it doesn't say in the court order that you guys have a set schedule. It says that you guys are going through mediation.
We do. It's in here. It's just playing the years of time.
Flexible parenting.
No, we have. We have set days, set weekends, and so we did set all of that. And there's a lot in here for.
You did, but in the court order, it doesn't specify a specific time frame or a set schedule. It says that you've agreed in mediation to a flexible parenting plan, which can change at any time. There's no set time for parents.
And what do you recommend for, like, he's hiding with them for a month? Like, that's not allowed. He's out of state with them. He's kept them out of school. They just got unenrolled from their school in Arizona.
So, like I'm saying, we're not going to force the kids to come with you. We're not going to drag them out or take them or whatever like that. So, what I'm telling you is that you need to go to the courts as soon as possible. And I know it might take a little bit of time. It might take a little bit of time and stuff like that, but that's the best way.
I ask you something. If they go in there and they're not all in there, then what happens?
We'll have to find out where they are. We'll have to check on them.
Right?
Yeah, that's why I said we checked on them and they were all good. But the problem is that you're coming here and you're causing alarm.
I'm not sure.
And when we told you, you weren't allowed on that property.
Right, but if I have this and they have my children, they have no right to my kids. That's the in-laws. That's not even. They're not even with the husband. So is that an issue? He's there right now.
Yeah, I caught him.
Brandon Budro is there.
I don't know if he's there right now.
So they're not. They're in there. The in-laws have no rights to the kids, right? I don't know. I'm just trying to.
So what you asked me is what you need to do, and if everything's what you're saying is
so
true.
file kidnapping that they're out of state with in-laws who have no rights to the kids.
I'm getting really pissed off right now that you're not listening. That's just really pissing. You want to listen to what I?
Did you just hear that? The cop just said, I'm getting totally pissed off right now that you're not listening to what I'm saying. Which is very similar to what Judge Beresky says to LoRi. So, like aunt, like niece, she's not listening to what he's saying. Let's go back and listen to that again, because that seems like relevant information to me, because we have to watch this from another body cam, a body worn camera from another officer that's not as close to her. And there are portions of it that are lower in volume and we can't hear as well. But this part we hear just fine. This cracked me up.
Brandon Budro is there.
I don't know if he's there right now.
So they're not. They're in there. The in-laws have no rights to the kids, right? I'm just trying to.
So what you asked me is what you need to do, and if everything's what you're saying is
so
true.
file kidnapping that they're out of state with in-laws who have no rights to the kids.
I'm getting really pissed off right now that you're not listening. You want to listen to what I have to say, or do you want to just go your step away and then go another way?
Same one, right?
Yeah.
That is actually so similar to the last hearing by Judge Beresky in Lori Daybell's hearing. He's, oh, goodness gracious. He says, this officer says, I'm getting so pissed off right now. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? And that is very, very similar to what Judge Beresky, who is a very even-handed judge and very, goodness gracious, I have the hiccups. All right, everybody send me out a hiccup bump in the back. You know, if you hold your breath for like 5 seconds, then the hiccups go away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so what he said, what this officer says, is very similar to what Judge Beresky. Gosh darn it, another hiccup. It didn't work. All right, you all figure it out for yourself. This officer versus Judge Beresky, I'm done. He's done.
I'm about to mess around with that.
I've done everything right so far.
The problem is that our hands are kind of tied when it comes to like civil cases like this and civil matters, right?
How do we protect
them?
So we can go in there and we can check their well-being and make sure they're okay and everything. If we don't see anything that's like wrong with them, or if they're, we can ask them and check on them. Are you guys okay? Whatever. And they're like, yeah, we're fine. We're totally fine. And then if that doesn't do that, our kind of thing is kind of just
Yep.
Did you check on the kids?
Okay, cool.
So get that shit out of here.
Yeah. It's time to cite and move on. Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
we're not taking them away from them. We're not going to forcefully give them. We're not going to do all that stuff.
Everybody's safe. Everybody's safe, and that's not even binding or legal yet. So, quite frankly,
How is it not legal?
Because it hasn't been signed. It hasn't been submitted by your mediator. Okay. So facts are. Facts are. No, I don't want to see it. I actually don't want to see it. Facts are. I think you should get a citation right now for trespassing, and then we should move on.
Okay.
You want me to do it before you get it?
sure. I haven't really done anything, so.
Yeah, it's like.
You want me to stay here?
Yeah, just stay right here with these officers.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah.
Officer, how do you know that it has not been submitted to the court systems?
Apparently that's the conversation that your husband had with the mediator.
So if I pull up this Superior Court and it shows record that it has been, that's the story he's been telling, sir, but that's not the truth.
Yeah. I mean, you have an actual record that says,
sir.
yeah, it's valid right now.
I do, sir.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're not going to get the kids out of here tonight anyway.
Sir, I just want to make sure they're safe.
They're safe. I just saw all 4 of them.
But do you have their pictures? Like, how do you know it wasn't a cousin?
How do I know it wasn't a cousin?
Do you know what their pictures look like?
Do I know what their pictures are? Well, I don't know.
Does that not sound like Lori? Just a little bit? How do you know they're safe? Have you seen their pictures? Can you compare their pictures to what their actual person looks like? It definitely, to me, totally looks like something, sounds like something that LoRi would argue unsuccessfully.
What the kids look like, but
So how do you know that was them?
how do you know that there's 4 kids in there?
Because
that,
the officer
right?
said that all 4
What
of
was
my
it?
children.
Was it a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old? Right? 3 boys, 1 girl.
No, 2 boys, 2 girls.
2 boys, 2 girls.
Sir,
The youngest.
sir, I just want to make sure they're safe.
They're safe. I just saw all 4 of them.
But do you have their pictures? Like, how do you know it wasn't a cousin?
How do I know it wasn't a cousin?
Do you know what their pictures look like?
Do I know what their pictures? Well, I don't know what the kids look like, but
So how do you know that was them?
how do you know that there's 4 kids in there?
Oh my God.
My children?
Oh my God. So Brandon's parents went and kidnapped 4 unknown children to hold in their house so they could pretend to be Melanie's children. That's what she's claiming right now. Did you see their pictures? How do you know it's them? And he says, because there were 4 children in there and you have 4 children. And she's like, well, how do you know that's them? Oh my gosh. The disconnect. I mean, okay. It's Utah. It's just outside of Salt Lake City. There have been other children abducted in or near Salt Lake City in the past. But are you honestly postulating that sorry, I can't.
Was it a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old? Right? 3 boys, 1 girl.
No, 2 boys, 2 girls.
2 boys, 2 girls.
Sir,
The
is there a picture you can take to confirm that
was the youngest one a girl?
Yes.
And then, so that would be your 2 and your 4-year-old a girl?
No, boy.
Boy.
Blonde, curly hair, dimples, blue eyes.
Yeah, they're all there.
Is there a way that
I'm not going to go start snapping pictures of kids.
I
Okay?
just there are tons of cousins over there. How do I know
there's
that's
tons of
them?
cousins over there right now. You know for a fact there's tons of cousins over there.
always
You can argue with me all day. You're not going to win.
I
Okay?
just would love to speak to victims after.
There's 4 children in there that are happy and healthy. Okay?
I hope so.
2 of them are playing Fortnite. The other 2 are watching Frozen.
That is one of the best patrol officers' arguments I've ever heard. There are 4 children in there that are perfectly happy and healthy. 2 of them are playing Fortnite. 2 of them are watching Frozen. Go away, crazy chick. Go away. Like, that's... How else do you argue with this level of insanity? But, you know, LoRi does it with Judge Beresky all the time, which is why on Friday he said, we're not going to argue about these from the bench anymore. I'm going to issue all of my rulings from, you know, in written format. I'm not going to issue them from the bench anymore. Because she is just so infuriating, and she does push his buttons. I'm going to do a live at some point in time, or I'm going to do a video at some point in time about the way that she pushes his buttons, because I have a good half hour of material about that, because I sat in his court for his morning docket before his 10:30 docket on May 14th. And watched him in about a dozen other felony cases, and he never raised his voice a single time, ever. But he does with LoRi from time to time. Not very often, but it happens. And that tells me that she pushes his buttons, and she knows she does, and she tries to push him more, and she says, all right. Or he says, all right, we're not going to do that anymore. And I would do that too. I would totally be like, yeah, we're not talking about this in open court anymore. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go.
Is there anything else you want to know?
You just take their word that it's not filed in court because I have legal documents saying that it was filed in court and signed by him, by the judge, by our mediator. So you just take it's right here. I've been trying to show it to you.
Doesn't matter. I mean, again, still doesn't matter.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I'm just here.
I'm gonna do whatever I want.
I know.
Like
You
facts
will.
are is that like I'm not just gonna go there and remove the kids from the home.
You can do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. That's Lori's little girl voice.
On October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
Why
am I here now?
are you here now?
Sir, on October 16th, on the meeting when it was filed, and then Brandon went into hiding with my children. They've been out of state for over a month, out of school, and I've been looking for them everywhere. Somebody said that they've seen Brandon, but not the kids, so I don't know if he split them up different places. Their schools have unenrolled them now. He's not supposed to take them out of state, and he's broken everything in this agreement. He's lied and said that it hasn't been filed, and then he lied and said he has a protection order. There's nothing that has been filed, and we can look it up. I have it on my phone as well, the Superior Court.
Well, there's that. So whether or not, I mean, obviously
36 code 4.
It may be filed or it may not be filed. I don't know. Whatever.
Sir, I sent an officer over here last night doing a welfare check, and he completely. Then he said, "You have to go do it," and then he called me to started like the tone totally changed. Like they're lying about what orders are in place. They're legally not supposed to be out of state right now. They're not. I don't even know if Brandon is there. They're not even in the care of either of their legal guardians.
Yeah, but they are safe. But they are safe and they're taken care of. So we're not just going to go in there and remove them from the house.
Even though they're not with the legal guardian.
Absolutely.
In-laws.
Absolutely not. No way. No way. I mean, you guys got all this other stuff going on. Like, if the kids are safe, we're not going to take them out of the house. It's just that simple. And furthermore, it's a civil problem that we can't do anything about anyway. Does that make sense?
If the kids are safe, we're not going to take them out of the house. That's the bottom line. And furthermore, it's a civil matter, so you need to go like take this up with civil court. So your little unsigned court order isn't going to work, Melanie's. And you can't take your two dark kids with your two non-dark kids right here. Can't do it. Not going to do it. Not going to happen. Wouldn't be prudent.
Sense like this is a custody thing. There's not much we can do with custody. All we can do is document that there's a custodial interference, and that's it.
If there's a way to just make sure that they're there.
I'm not going to go in there and disturb them anymore. Okay? They already don't want to see a cop. Okay? They don't want to see a cop.
If he kept to this order, we wouldn't be doing
All right, but I'm not going to go in there and stir things up even more. I know. I get it. I just let you know for sure they're safe. There's nobody else in that house. There's nobody else in the house. So if you're telling me that you know for a fact there's 15 people in that house right now having some sort of family get together, you're out of your mind because there's not anybody else in that house. Nobody. And honestly, your best option right now is probably just stay away from here. because what's going to happen is you're going to end up in jail. At some point in time, we'll just end up taking you to jail. Okay? There's honestly, that custodial things, there's like nothing that you can do about it. Nothing. Not a thing.
Okay, so as human beings, we need to look at this situation humanistically. So if you're in a divorce and you know that your kids have been deprived from you for an extended period of time, would you not go and maybe try and do something like this? But also, on the other hand, we know that two of Melanie and Brandon's children were deemed to be dark. They were zombies. Brandon was a zombie. Brandon was shot at and nearly killed. Alex is the one who is sitting behind the wheel of that white minivan or SUV or whatever you call it, behind the white pickup truck. That's Alex. That's Lori's brother. So tell me, what is the line of separation between a domestic divorce, and divorces are always ugly, so I'm not going to be redundant and say ugly divorce, but a divorce situation where the children are minors and you have a custody situation, versus Chad and Lori's and that entire cult's propensity for unaliving children. And two of Melanie and Brandon's children were determined to be dark before this incident that we're watching right now. Before. They weren't like dark after. Brandon wasn't dark after. This is after the shooting at Brandon and the attempted unaliving of Brandon, and two of their children being determined to be dark. So I totally get the domestic conflict. We're going through a divorce. It's a tough thing, but I don't get unaliving your estranged spouse and two of your children. Like, the two of your children thing really bothers me, like, to a level that I can't even describe. Yeah, after the death of Tammy as well. Yes. Mohawk Mom, how does Alex not get identified by the law enforcement agencies in any jurisdiction? Chandler, Gilbert, American Fork. How does he not get identified as a threat or a danger in any one of those jurisdictions? Somebody tell me that. Somebody please tell me. I can't figure it out.
I get that it's sad, but you can't all come over here.
No, he doesn't. His literally says that it's my cousin. He's been fighting us out of state. He's literally has broken records.
Are you guys still married?
No.
Well, then you guys both have got conflicting stories, and at this point, they're...
Wait, did she just say they're not married anymore? He asked her if they're married. I need the information. Were they divorced between or before 11/15/2019? I bet somebody in chat knows. I bet somebody knows.
They're in a safe home, and I'm not gonna sit here and argue and do all that stuff, bring this guy over here. I have a family member with. Where are you staying right now? Where are you living? I live in Chandler, Arizona. How long have you been out here? Utah? Yeah. I came out here on Tuesday, and then I drove several hours away, so I don't want to be around here. I'm trying to just figure out the right thing to do. Idaho and back. You really drove to Idaho yesterday? 4 or 5 hours. And back.
Why would?
I got my order and I came back because he says it's my time with the kids. He's broken everything in here. So you can look at this and say they are not to be removed from the state of Arizona. They're out of school. Sure, and I just want to make sure that my whole children. I'm not going to go in there and break around, take pictures of these two. I can show you a picture and you can go make sure it works.
Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Did you just see that dude come up from the right side of the screen over to the left side and then back behind the truck? He probably has absolutely nothing to do with this case, but I'm like, I can't help but notice those little details of people in videos. Watch this guy come across from the right side of the screen to the left and then come back. And I don't know where he goes after that.
Why?
By the way, I'm at 1.5 speed on this. There was a flashlight. There's a flashlight. There's another flashlight. What's going on? Little guy running across right to left. Do you see that? What is that? What is that dude doing? Oh my gosh. He's like... Is that a police officer? Is that a civilian? I have no idea. But that hits my paranormal meter. I know that's not paranormal activity. I know 100% it's not. But like I watched some of those paranormal investigation shows and I'm like, we noticed those things. We noticed those people or those figures appearing on camera. He goes right to left. He goes left to right. Then he disappears. What is that? Nothing to do with this case. Probably. Let's back up just a little bit. There we go. All right, I got to slow it down. So just for most people, Alex Cox is probably the assassin of this circle of insanity. He definitely shot and killed Charles Vallow. He probably majorly, if not, he probably majorly participated in JJ and Tylee's unalivings Tammy, probably not. They probably found another way to get to her, but maybe he was involved in that. We don't know, but he was the quote unquote assassin of this circle. So him sitting in a white minivan, like a half a block away from where Melanie's got out and tried to get into her in-laws' garage to get to her kids is concerning. It should be concerning anyway for people in the know.
Cool. Pretty good, dude. Not bad. You guys came all the way from Arizona? Oh, where were you coming from?
Idaho.
Oh, Idaho. That's right.
We didn't come from Arizona. We came from Idaho.
Do you live in Idaho?
Yeah, I just moved up there.
From where?
From Arizona.
Oh, what the heck?
Apparently that was too warm.
Idaho's a big...
So cops try and diffuse situations, and they try and get on the good side of anybody who may be a suspect or may not be a suspect. But, you know, they try and be like everyday Joe Schmoes and talk with these people. It's an interesting dynamic for me. Like, how do you make that decision to, like, all of a sudden start being kind of a hard ass and kind of like asking hard questions of people that may be involved in something nefarious? Like, you want to be, so the read technique is one of the, you know, good cop, bad cop. One of those cops like establishes a rapport with a suspect, and we're not anywhere near that in this video, but you still have kind of that decision in, like, how much do I joke around with this guy, or how much do I press him for more information? Because there have been people who have been found out to be bad people by cops who pressed a little bit more in certain situations where they should have pressed a little bit more. Oh, it's a tough question. I don't know. I don't know the answers, but we know this guy is no longer alive, and he cannot be charged with a lot of things that he should have been charged with.
That was a big change.
It's a good change. It's nice.
All right, here's your ID back, man.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it, man.
No problem. I can turn the phone light on if you want.
Well, I'd keep my light out of your face, probably. I'm just, with everybody here, we can watch her, and then all of a sudden she's like, yeah, I got somebody out here. We're like, whoa, just let's make sure everybody's safe and okay. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
I'm not moving.
cool.
None of that.
Yeah.
That was Melanie's. Hold on. That was Melanie's that was allowed to get back in the minivan with Alex after we know that Alex took a shot and missed a Brandon, which LoRi is going on trial for starting tomorrow. And Brandon can only go on trial for in that great court in the sky. Court in the sky keeps on turning. All right. So there's a part 2 to that video. We're not going to go over it tonight because I have to be up in a few hours and get ready for court in the morning because we don't know what's going to happen in this trial. We don't know what's going to happen with jury selection. We don't know what's going to happen with opening statements. I believe in the first trial, Trina K's opening statement was around an hour and Lori's was around 15 minutes. And the judge said if we get the jury seated by 3 p.m., we will have opening statements tomorrow. So stay tuned. I'm doing a live with Trial TV Live to recap the day's events every day of this trial. Hold on. Let me show you that link. Trial TV Live. Where are you at? Where are you at, buddy? Squeegee. Tell me where you at. We had other plans that got sidetracked. But we are still going to be doing a daily recap live, a co-stream on my channel and on their channel, Trial TV Live. And it's possible for you to dual stream both. Like you can straddle my stream and their stream. But either way, I'm going to keep you updated. We're going to keep you updated. And we are going to keep seeking justice for JJ, Tylee, Charles, and Brandon. Peace out, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you for hanging with us.
Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime.